So I'm probably not going to wait for too long on this one. Probably just gonna start to get this going. Okay. Oh, let's that going there, and hopefully this should kick in. Awesome, yes. So, I'm playing something that I wasn't planning on playing today, although I also kind of want to apologize for being a bit absent, I would say. I've been kind of glued to a little bit of social media videos and news and whatnot about what's happened over here in the US. It's a very historic event, and I guess I'm using this as a little bit of an escape from that. You know, to play something. I was thinking about what I wanted to play, and I was thinking like, oh, do I want to play, Stellar Blade, or do I want to play, some Rise of the Ronin? Do I want to start up a new game? Something along those lines. And because I mean, I've not been like too horribly stressed or anything like that, but I mean, it's like there's some heavy stuff going on out there here in the US, and I cannot remember. Oh, this was when I was trying to lock myself in a place. That's right. Let's just go ahead and I guess let's go here, because I think this will be probably a good central location. Yeah, let's go there. At least let's get inside the game so I can not have that going. But so yeah, it's been a little heavy over here in the US. Like it's such a historic moment that's been going on that oh, there we go. That I went and I had a dentist appointment yesterday. And a dental hygienist that I had never met before, because it was the first time meeting her, came, like I went in, and one of the first things she starts talking about is what happened. Oh my gosh, what happened over in Pennsylvania, and it's like that's how much of an impact this has had. I mean, I'm sure that makes a whole lot of sense, but because of oh, actually, sorry. I should probably not be playing the game just yet before I finish off talking about stuff. But I'm gonna see if I'm remembering correctly that down here, I don't think it was here. Where was it? Sorry. So it makes sense, of course, that assassination attempt on a president is going to have a big impact. But they did not fix this. I was hoping this would be one of the things that they fixed. There was a patch that just came out for Riven. I'm like, you know what? I may as well play it and see if they patched some of the stuff that I noticed before. So I'm gonna kind of troll around in not that kind of troll. I'm going to walk around in Riven for a little bit. It's a little bit more peaceful than some of the videos that I've been seeing and reactions and all that stuff. But because they did mention that they tried to fix some things, some like art and visual stuff. So I was hoping that this would be one of them. I mean, this is a pretty glaring thing. I mean, if you're not paying attention, you may not notice it. But anyway, so yeah, so I met a new dental hygienist, and she just started talking about what happened in Pennsylvania, and I mean, I gave her my opinion on things, and we talked a little bit about, I mean, basically what I talked about in the just chatting that I had the other day, and there was a lot of agreement. Like, she was like, yeah, no, I mean, it's things need to be toned down. You know, the rhetoric needs to be quieted, because if we don't, you know, things are heading in a bad direction. But yeah, there's also like people trying to say like it's fake. There's a bunch of conspiracy theories going around. I'm waiting on more information. I know that maybe some people think that's stupid of me, but regardless, oh yeah, this won't get us to where. Oh no, this will get us where we want to go. Oh yeah, I forgot this. This closes itself. When you I think when you activate this thing, it I think it might rotate this and open that up and close a bunch of things. So yeah, either way, gonna get this to be, oops, gonna get this to be open again. But yeah, so I've kind of been glued to that. I haven't been doing some stuff that I probably should. Again, streaming being one of them. So that's kind of what I want to apologize about. But again, it's right now we're living in times that are going to be in history books. You know, it's yeah, so let's open that up and bring this down. Okay. But yeah, so again, it's I've been kind of going around looking at you know, taking note of things, seeing how other people are reacting to this, commenting on things on X, Twitter, and whatnot, you know, watching YouTube videos, things on Rumble, you know, a bunch of different things. So yeah, it's a lot, you know. And you know, and then, you know, Trump picked his VP or vice president, if you don't know. Oh yeah, I suppose technically I could travel the better way, couldn't I? Let me think here. Yeah, because I technically want to go over to Boy. Well, trying to remember specifically where I go to get in there. I mean, I guess I could just travel by that, but since I'm here already, I may as well. Let's just go this way. It's a little bit longer, but it gives me a little bit more time to kind of speak what's going on in my brain, I guess. And then I'm going to get past this because there's also, I wanted to get one of the last achievement in Myst 2021 that I didn't get yet. Because that'll be kind of relaxing because all I need to do is go through on, I believe it's random puzzles, and then just make it all the way through. So it's going to be pretty laid back, except for Selenitic, of course. but we'll see. Yeah, so yeah, yeah, I don't know, my head's kind of in a weird place, I guess. Again, I don't think that I'm like too entirely affected by this. I know that there are a lot of people who are a lot more freaked out by this, who are a lot more you know, black-pilled about this, or on the opposite side of things, going like, oh, you know, this means that Trump has I mean, he just won the presidency, and I'm like, I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure on that one. I'll just say that much. And I'd even say, like, if the Republican side of things think that that they can kind of take their foot off the gas because now, you know, they think that Trump has just won, they're probably making a mistake if they want to win, you know. But regardless, yeah, like I said, a lot of thoughts out there going on. I guess there was one thing that I did want to also mention about. So on my stream where I talked about and discussed Destiny, his reaction to what was going on. Since I did the stream and like gave him kind of the benefit of the doubt, I looked into things. He had a very bad take. I really hope that he's just like, I mean, I tend to try and give people the benefit of the doubt, like a lot, probably to a detriment to a fault. And I'm wondering if this is the case because he said some very not great things about like Trump supporters. Like I'm not a Trump supporter, by the way. I criticize him where he's wrong and give him props for when he does things right. I'd do the same thing with Biden, right? I hope that whoever's the president does a good job for the United States citizens. That's kind of my position, and I think that's most people's positions. I think anyway. I could be wrong on that. I haven't polled everybody or whatnot, but I mean, I think that the average person goes through life. They don't think about this stuff all the time. They're not enveloped and surrounded by all this politics stuff. Yeah. Regardless, so Destiny, and it might have just been flippant comments, but he has doubled down on them from what I've seen. He hasn't pulled anything back about like making fun of people who were hurt, and even making fun of I believe his name is Corey Contemporante or something along those lines. I'm so bad with people's names, I apologize, but there was there were 2 people killed that day at the assassination attempt. The shooter and the individual that I'm trying to think of his last name. It's I think it's Contemporante, I believe, but I could be misremembering that or mispronouncing it. Regardless, he was a firefighter, a father, husband, son. The shooter also, I mentioned this during the stream. The shooter was also, at the very least, I don't know if he was in any relationships. It sounds like from what they've been finding out or what's been out there, that he was kind of a loner. I've been a loner myself as well for a lot of my life, for most of my life, I'd say. So I mean, I can identify with that type of person, but the reason why I'm bringing him up as well is a lot of people are being very harsh to him, and I'll say absolutely should not have done what he did, and he paid the price for it with his life. But people need to know that he is also, bare minimum, someone's son. And he's got a father and a mother who likely cared very deeply for him and raised him, and probably feel awful at this point in time. So people going out there and making things more difficult on them, I think is something that we should, again, kind of take a step back on, pump the brakes a little bit. So all of this, I'm kind of meandering around here, and I apologize for that. But so Destiny was essentially making fun of and laughing at, from what I understand. I've seen videos, and it's a really, really bad take on things. Making fun of the Trump supporter who died. I don't know if he looked into much of what that was about. Like, this man, apparently when the gunshots started to ring out, very quickly, surprisingly, even for his daughter at the very least, very quickly threw his family down and shielded them with himself. So if he had not done that, it's likely someone else or one of his family members would have been either harmed or killed. So this man, I would say, is a hero in the true sense of the word. And the fact that things over here, for at least some people, seemingly, and again, I'm trying to give Destiny the benefit of the doubt on this, but I'm hoping that he's just doing this for clout, for clicks, something along those lines, but it seems like he's being serious. And if things have reached such a fevered pitch over here, I mean, another thing that I did also mention in the previous chat that I had, or the previous stream that I had, I did remove a little bit of stuff out of that and put up a highlight because I wanted to put basically a forever highlight just in case. It is going to be up on the channel forever. It's just going to be there. And then also on YouTube, the VOD's going to be there too, just because I'm not afraid of what I had to say about all that. And I stand behind what I said about needing to tone things down and cool things off and pump the brakes as a country, to come together as a country. From what I understand, President Trump is rewriting his acceptance speech for the presidential nominee for the Republican National Convention. That's happening in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I believe tomorrow, if I'm right. Oh yeah, I was gonna. Whoops, sorry about that. I was gonna try and check the time on my computer here. Give me a second. Oh, the date. Sorry, I don't have the date up right now, but I'm pretty sure today. I can't like. The way that I've been, I think today is Tuesday. Is it Tuesday? I think it's Tuesday. So it's not tomorrow. I think it's the day after that he might have the speech. I'm not sure. I'm not like, I'm not a Republican, so or at least I don't. Yeah, I'd say I'm not a Republican, so I haven't like been trying to pay attention exactly when this stuff is happening. I just know that it was on the 18th because it popped up and what I've been looking into and all that. Yeah, so what I was bringing up is that Trump changed the speech. Apparently he's rewriting it or having it rewritten, whatever the case may be, to apparently center around unity, which I think is very important right now. And I hope, again, trying to give people the benefit of the doubt, I hope that is what Trump is going to be going for. Same thing with President Biden. He is also saying that we need to tone things down. We need to, political violence is not the way that we should be approaching this. It's unacceptable. Unfortunately, he had a bit of a gaffe while discussing it and said that we don't settle things with bullets. We settle things in the battle box. So, whoops. So another Biden gaffe. But regardless, neither here nor there. Yeah, so if things have reached such a fever pitch, and I'm sorry, I'm backing up because of how pretty the light is bouncing off of things and collecting inside the room here that I was noticing while I was speaking, but or on the cave walls and whatnot. Yeah, so again, I'm trying to give Destiny the most benefit of the doubt, but I mean, the videos that I've seen, it seems like he's being genuine and just being open and honest. And I appreciate people who are being open and honest, but the takes that he has, he needs to be more cautious about that type of stuff. I'd say that would be my suggestion to him. I mean, it's never going to get to him anyway, but for anybody out there, anybody who's watching this VOD, because there's no one here right now, I don't blame people, because I mean, right now there's bigger things going on than watching people play video games. There's investigations going on right now. They're trying to figure out motives and figure out exactly what happened and how things transpired this way, because apparently the shooter, I don't know if I want to use his name. I mean, it's a historical event. The name's going to be out there. His last name's Crooks, which is kind of ironic, I suppose. So Crooks was climbing on top of a building where the police were staging themselves. Like that's where the police were staged for the event. They were inside that building. So part of me, when I spoke about this initially, I said that I hope that the shooter is insane, that he's nuts. And I don't know if that's the case. They haven't looked into too much of who he is. Like I said, they say he's a loner, but so is I, and I'm not a homicidal person. I wouldn't murder anybody ever. Well, what I'll say is the only way that I would ever murder someone is if I lost control of my faculties. It would essentially be if I were to go insane, but that would be me not in touch with my faculty. So then I don't know if I'd be able to say that, like, that's me doing it. If I lose touch with reality, that'd be the only way I'd do it. I mean, I could see myself killing someone in defense of myself or others, accidentally doing something, but never murder. And just so you know, when I use words, I tend to try and use words that are like the dictionary definition of words. So so murder would essentially be the unjustified taking of a human life. Killing would be the justified taking of human life. So that would be, like I said, killing someone in defense of others or myself, or something along those lines. That would be to kill someone. But yeah, murder would be to unjustifiably, like, seek someone out to harm them, to kill them, in a way that is unjustified. That there is no legal or moral justification for it. Then that is murder, regardless of how someone feels. But so again, all that just to say, I tend to try and use words, how they're not only generally used, but again, how the dictionary essentially defines them. But I was going to say that, again, Crooks, I'm still hoping that they find out that he was just nuts. But there were certain things that he did, like, he seems to have registered for the Republican Party because it's Pennsylvania is a closed primary. So in order to vote, like they had interviews about people who went in and they came out of the polls and they were being interviewed and they're like, oh, who did you vote for? Like, oh, I voted for Nikki Haley. It's like, oh, okay, do you consider yourself a are you a Republican? They're like, no, I'm definitely not a Republican. It's like, well, then why were you voting on this? Oh, because it was a vote against Donald Trump. So there's theories about that possibly being the case, but again, who knows? Maybe the guy was a Republican. But he did donate to apparently like a Democrat. Let's see if I can actually. Oh, interesting. Yeah, if I just walk across that line, they pop up. Interesting. But see how close I can get. Nope. Still just sitting here. Way back down. There you go. But again, there are certain things that he's done and said, at least from what I understand, or his actions that day, that make me think that he had some rationality behind him. Like, do you understand how smart it... Oop. Cool. I haven't seen this. How smart it was of him to go on top of the building that the police were on. I mean, some people could be like, oh, that's really dumb. No, it was actually pretty smart. Are you guys just gonna loop now? Because where the, like, one of the things that's very interesting about... Oh. Let me see if I can get over here and see them swim away. Nah, see, we don't really see them swim away. That's annoying. I guess they're going underneath the rock, but whatever. So there's this thing that I've, this little statistic, I guess, that I know about, where one of the places where you will the most injuries, the most accidents take place is actually when you're close to home, or even in your home or whatnot, and that's because your guard drops down, or you drop your guard, and so the same could be said for where the police were staging. Where's one of the places that people are going to think, oh well, no one's gonna be stupid enough to try and do something here. That's actually pretty smart. So again, I'm hoping that, and again, I'm still trying to keep in mind that this is a human being that we're talking about, but it's the reason why I'm hoping that he's insane again is just because of where the rhetoric can have gone. Let's say that, and if people who are not insane on some level are doing this type of stuff. Oh, here, let me do this real quick, because I actually saw this here. See if you notice this. It's got the whale or the wark. It's that thing up there. So it's that's a hint to how to get up there. But yeah, regardless, so I guess maybe to end this off a bit, because again I'm trying to play this to get away from this type of stuff. In the end, I'm not even sure exactly how to end this off, just because it's a very yeah, it's tough times out there right now. It is strange times out there right now. There are people like Destiny who are making comments about things that are what I would say a very, very awful take on things. Why am I moving forward slowly? I have my hands off of everything right now. What? Oh, weird. I must have been pushing it. That was weird. Well, I think maybe... No. Sorry, I've just noticed something weird going on, and I think somehow the input got saved or something like that when I was... Anyway, whatever. Not that big of a deal. I'm gonna not worry about it. So I guess to end things off here, because I trying to play this to, like I said, get away from everything. And I guess I've been talking about this for a good 20 minutes now. I still stand by what I said in my just chatting stream when I talked about the assassination attempt. That we need to tone things down, and people who have pull, and even just people out there on social media of all kinds, X, Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, everywhere. We have to be very cautious with the way that we are talking right now. I myself, I mean, I'm just expressing what I actually believe, but I think my position is a much more moderate, I guess, position, whereas there are people who are on the extremes who are trying to be like, oh, making huge claims about their oddities about what happened, how it happened, and there are people on the left making fun of, like I said, the Trump supporters and saying, oh, well, you know, if you're a Trump supporter and you go and you get shot, oh well, haha, I'm gonna laugh on it on stream the next day. It's like, ugh, can't we just have some common human decency? This was also a guy who said that, oh well, you know, I'm atheist, so you know, the largest form of SA and or the most extreme form of SA, or assault of a coitus variety, let's say that, and murder are always wrong, and then proceeds to be talking about things, proceeds to be talking and laughing about how, haha, this person, oh, thank you for the follow. Is he DOA or DO8? Isiodo? I'm not sure exactly how to pronounce that. So, gotcha. I've had a decent amount of people come in and, or a bunch of artists come in and approach this in a very similar way. One of the things I'll say right now is that I'm not currently looking for new artwork for my channel just yet. I have no idea why that plays twice. I think that might be you unfollowing for all I know. But regardless, I appreciate you stopping by. I appreciate the hustle and you trying to make money if that's what you are trying to do. If you're not trying to sell me artwork, then I will keep your Discord in mind. But seems a little suspicious. And I'll just say that only suspicious in that it seems like you're trying to sell me artwork. But and I've got probably like 4 or 5 other artists who are kind of in line in front of you, and then some other people who have asked after that, I mean, I could also go back and maybe try and hunt down as well. So I apologize. Like I said, love the hustle, appreciate what you're trying to do. But right now, unfortunately, it's a no for artwork anyway. But again, if you've got other things that you're trying to do, feel free to hang out or lurk. You know, I love lurkers. But yeah. So again, I guess to try and finish off like I said, what I'm saying. There are people who are out there that have a take on what went on the assassination attempt. And I'm definitely very much of a free speech person. Like, I want people, even if they have dumb ideas, like I want, you know, stupid racist people to be able to express what they believe, so that other people can talk to them and correct them on things and show them how stupid they're being. You know, that type of stuff. So so even to that extreme, where there's hatred for another person for stupid reasons, I want them to be able to talk. But I think that there's also, the Founding Fathers here in the US talked about rights and responsibilities, that with every single right comes an accompanying responsibility to use that right in an honorable, respectful fashion, in the way that it should be used, right? Like, you can have free speech, but if you go out and you start, if you go too far with it, then it suddenly starts to turn into something that it's that's destructive, you know. Or if you have to pick a moment, like if people are, you know, making fun of Trump supporters who died, it's a bit too soon, you know. It's like, okay, well, maybe wait at least a while before doing that. But no, the next day, the next couple days, nah, that's too much. So I think that at least during this time where emotions are high, investigations are going on, we just have to at least be cautious with what we say. Even if you are a little bit more extreme on your take on things, I encourage people to be able to have the ability to share those opinions. But right now, I think since the tone needs to be turned down at least a bit, I'd hope that people would be able to keep, you know, such opinions maybe quiet, or not as. And again, I don't know how someone like Destiny can. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Like I'm the type of person who is trying to have respect for all people. So I can't see how someone could have that kind of a take on an individual dying. Like here's the thing. I mean, during my stream the other day, for just chatting, even then I was saying, hey, we have the shooter here, but he's still a human being. He's still someone's son at the very least. So we should have at least some kind of respect for that, and not try and make things worse, let's say, for everyone who's involved. So I think that's more or less, I guess, what I'm trying to say overall, is that I've seen so much stuff out there in social media and in videos that have, I think, there have been a lot of people who have been measured, I think. Heck, I've even seen Trump put something out that was measured, and I'm like, whoa. That was surprising, because I think I kind of expect Trump to be a little bit more boisterous and extreme on things that he says, you know, like whatnot. And again, that's not to say that like Trump's all bad or anything like that, but I mean, I expected him to have a little bit more like extreme things to say, like, haha, miss me, you know. Or you know, even bullets can't, you know, I'm the best, you know, something along those lines. I don't know, but I expected something along those lines, but his response was actually seemingly measured, or from what I could see. So, but yeah, so I think that's kind of more or less what I'm trying to say, is that like everybody kind of needs to have that, at least for the time being, to at least until things cool down a bit, you know. Then maybe we can start trying to. What the world was that? Huh. There's a little bit of a visual bug there as I go down the... like the water was doing wonky things. But anyway, let's see here. Where am I going? This is where I'm going. Yeah, so again, I'm kind of trying to get away from the political stuff and get into the game because I'm just trying to escape for a bit. But yeah, it's, again, this is one of the reasons why I'm trying to escape into a little bit more of a calm experience because of all the stuff that's out there right now that's a little bit too extreme in some cases. I think a lot of people are being measured, so I shouldn't make, you know, a huge deal out of this. But I think that the amount of people who are out there that are taking a bit of more of an extreme stance on things, it's worrying. I'll say that. And yeah. So, but anyway, now I'm gonna move into here unless anybody has questions for me or something. But yeah, right now I'm basically just going through and seeing if oh, they didn't fix this. See, they said that they fixed some art stuff, that they had fixed some art things. Hey developers, I found still got something you gotta fix. But so yeah, there's this hole in the ground that's most definitely not supposed to be there, because you can see the skybox on the other side of it. I guess technically I could just go this way. But oops. Yes, run please. There we go. But and then after checking out some of the little, oh yeah, this is where this leads into. I forgot about this. Yeah, this is how we get inside of the boiler thing. But losing track of my thoughts. After going through here and seeing if they fixed any of the oh, I guess yeah, technically this is where we came out before. Seems a little, oh, never mind, I remember what we did here now. Yeah. I'm an idiot. So yeah, I may as well just, I don't know which way is faster, but I'm planning on playing this, seeing if any of the visual stuff that I found got fixed. Looks like here's one of them that didn't get fixed. And then I guess the other one back on Temple Island also didn't get fixed. So we got, I think, one more place to check, and then I'm planning on going through and getting Myst 2021. Got one more achievement in that, so it'll be a little bit of a laid-back stream. So let me relax a little bit, get a little bit of escape from what I've just been talking about here. And yeah, so let's see here. What's the fastest way to get to where I'm going next? I think it might be this way if I'm remembering right. No, not this way. Shoot, let me think here, because that one leads down to... Yeah, with the original Riven, there was actually some stuff that made traveling around a little bit easier. It was a little bit more open in terms of where you could go, when you could get there. This one's a little bit more boxed in, I guess, or it funnels you into places and you're not able to get to all the places. Like even at the very beginning of the game, there's if you miss one spot if you miss one spot in the game, or like miss the one thing that you're supposed to do, you just get stuck in the beginning for forever. But let's see here. I'm trying to think, and I'm trying to remember. I think it might be this way, because this will lead. Oh, never mind. It's not this way. This just leads out to the. Oh, actually, I suppose I should check this out. Oh, that's right. I forgot about this visual bug. Let's see if this one will do it. But I think. Yeah, I think I want to actually be over there and get down there, because I think that's how I get to where I'm thinking of going. But looks like this one also might not be fixed. Developers, this one's still not fixed. See, if you're over on Temple Island, and you're, in fact, I was just over there not too long ago while I was talking about this. If you come out here, you can see the pipe, the steam that's on that little, well, I don't know if it's a bridge, like a little balcony thing there. And then there's supposed to be like a pipe that leads down over to here that's also missing. So, whoops. So they did not fix this either. So there's only really one other thing I'm going to check, honestly, before I find out whether or not, whether they fixed any of the stuff that I had found. Because I think some of the stuff that they fixed is probably a bit more common or that other people found. I mean, the ones that I found, like, you have to not break this bridge in order to actually get like figure this one out, and then also notice that it's missing. So this one's probably less common. Same thing with the pipe. You know, if you don't walk around to the side of the pipe, you never see that it's completely open to the skybox down below us. And then it's basically going to be very similar, I think, with the place that I'm going, which let me think. Trying to think if this would be the best way to get there. It might be. Yeah, let's go this way. This is probably the fastest way to get there. I mean, other than going through the Starry Expanse, but I don't really want to go through there right now. Because again, it's going to allow me to be in Riven for a bit longer. But yeah, what I'll say is I still love the visuals in this game. All right, let's go. And it'll be interesting to go back to Myst and then be going through and solving the rest of the puzzles because of the because of, you know, coming here and seeing what they did with Riven, going back over there and seeing again what they did with I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's actually over on this side. Right? Or no? Could be wrong on this. Could be wrong on this. Let's find out. Open salami. Wonder if I can push this button. No. Okay. I think this might be right, actually. Maybe I'll be wrong, but we'll see. Because I think this might only lead down to... No, I think this is right. Once again, I'll praise them for even the original idea with this, with the water that goes away from heat, and then having this bubble up on top. It's so cool. It was cool back... it was cool when in the original game. It's cool in this one too. So just goes to show having some really interesting lore. Can I hit escape? Oh, nope, that just exits me out. All right. I believe there should be a divergence in the path up here. Oh, never mind, there isn't. But this is where I wanted to go, so I am correct. Oh, no, the divergence isn't over there. Well, regardless, this is where we're supposed to go. So once I get over there, I'll be able to see if they fixed the other thing, which I think this is how we get there. If I'm wrong, whoops. But yeah, man, the water in this area is actually really cool looking. I like this. The motion of the ocean type thing. Like that. Again, they did a really good job with the visuals on this. It's a very good remaster. Again, it has flaws, you know, and whatnot, but still definitely worth the money. I like it. And again, I can see myself playing this, you know, again in the future on the channel on my own. So yeah. All right. Oh, and then Myst. What I have there is the only achievement that I don't have is mouse on the screen. That's weird. The only achievement that I don't have is one where you go through the entire thing and fill up an entire shelf full of pages. So I'm I missed it by 1 when I played it through on random. So I'm gonna have to go back in and do it. So I guess I'm just gonna do it on channel because again, trying to get a break from reality. Okay, I believe this is the way to go, and we should be able to see it relatively easily because we won't even have to look at the sank or the submersible tank. Let's see here. Oh, they didn't fix any of them. That's too bad. Yeah, all the visual bugs that I've noticed. Yeah, because this one, there's just no way. You can tell it's just not supposed to be there. But yeah, regardless, that kind of fixes that. So let me see here. I guess, I mean, technically I could just quit out of this, but I think I'll switch this over to this, which will pop up slowly. There we go. All right, I'm gonna quit. Because I mean that's basically everything for Riven. All right, and now, oops. Great, I got caps lock on. Oh, here, let me also do this just so I've got a little bit of music in the background. Boom. Although I don't know if I want really too sad of music right now, so let's go with this. There we go. How many minutes do I have left in this? Oh, I have 10 minutes. I got plenty of time for that. Okay, so basically at this point in time now, I'm just updating my stream and whatnot, so. All right. Hopefully I spelled that right, because I have no idea if that's gonna work out well or not. There we go, we need to get rid of that. Okay. Boom. Oh wow, we've actually got viewers over on Myst. Nice. Good to see. It's good to see. I like seeing that people are enjoying Myst. All right, and there she blows. Let's hit play. Okay. Now, unfortunately, I don't really have a good way of fading this out, so I guess I'll just do it myself. There we go. All right, now hopefully this doesn't mess up anything, and oh wow. I'm saying oh wow because some of the windows on my computer just kind of went away, which hopefully that's not an issue. Oh, and I do see someone else. Is that someone else who chatted? Let me. Oop. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Stop doing weird things to me, computer. There we go. Oh, hello, Death Proof. Nice to see ya. Sorry, I was trading things over, but I did just see your chat. Let me actually, or did see your message. Sorry, some things went down on my computer, so I'm gonna see if I can get that to, what in the world? Holy cow, that's not right at all. Okay, we're just gonna deal with things as they are. I'm not gonna worry. I'm not gonna touch things because my computer. Okay, never mind. I guess we're gonna touch things. Okay. Let me also. Wow. Yeah. For some odd reason, my computer's not really liking me switching between stuff right now. So let me just. Well, that's unfortunate. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to switch. Oh no. Yeah, this is actually kind of funny, but see if I can get this to work better. I didn't actually have this issue before with Myst, which is kind of weird, but we'll try and see if this will work. Okay, now don't mess up. Don't mess up. Ah, okay, I fixed it. I can work on the fly. But hello, Death Proof. Good to see you here. Sorry about the weird technical issues with my game here. Starting a new game. Well, okay, yes, I'm okay with that. We're going randomized. So the last achievement that I have. Hey. Thanks for stopping by. This isn't my first time playing Myst or anything like that. Oh, and actually, let me.
I realized the moment I fell into the fissure.
This is my first time playing it, but I'm getting my last achievement for it.
Continued falling into that starry expanse of which I had only a fleeting glimpse. I've tried to speculate where it might have landed.
I like this section here. It's kind of neat, but
still, questions about whose hands might one
it's
day
interesting
hold
seeing this now that we have the Riven remake and having this Star Expanse being a little bit more.
And so I close, realizing that perhaps
the end of Riven
is not yet
the stars of Myst. Yes, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so let me actually try and. Oh, I can't escape out of this. Let me alt tab and see if I can. Hopefully this won't mess with anything. Riven, yes, yeah. Oh no, trust me. I have dyslexia, so there are times when people will make punctuation or spelling errors or whatnot, and I know what you're saying, but yes, basically, yeah. This here is Atreus essentially defeating his father, and then dropping the book. What's interesting is I don't think that this is supposed to be so close, but I don't mind that they have it that way. But yeah, let's get this puppy started, because the last achievement that I need in this is getting the bookshelf filled with pages on I think it was random. Oh no, come to think of it, I don't need to be on random. I just realized. So let me actually go new game. I'm just gonna go with classic, because that's gonna be even easier. The random bit I didn't need to do, so, but I'll just be able to skip this though. There we go. Oh, maybe I won't be able to skip this. Dang it! If I thought I would have had to wait through this again, I wouldn't have skipped, or wouldn't have done this.
I realized the moment I fell
Take two.
the book would not be destroyed.
But yeah, as I was saying, just have to go through and fill up one of the shelves with pages. So I'm gonna try and do that as quickly as I can.
Hands might one day hold my Myst book are unsettling to me.
All right.
I know my apprehensions might never be allayed, and so I close, realizing that perhaps the ending has not yet been written.
Yeah, I'll say there are a few different things in this game that I'm not a huge fan of in terms of like choices that they made. I like the sand on the ground, because that's actually more or less a bit of a reference to Myst Uru to a degree, because like I believe the cleft should be somewhere around here, pretty close. But and that's if people actually know what I'm talking about. But we've already watched this. Let's just skip right in. Yeah. So yes. All right. So let's go get all those pages now. Oh yeah, I think is caps lock just run? Yeah, okay, cool. Let's turn all these puppies on. And Death Proof, I assume you're joining because you're a fan of Myst? Would that be an accurate assumption? And I guess, how much of a fan of Myst are you? Like, do you know whose grave this is and whatnot? Not necessarily like trying to like, flex on you or anything. Just wondering if you are a big fan, if you like have read the novels or anything like that. Oh, gotcha. Fan of Riven. Oh, okay. Yes. So, have you ever seen Myst be played before? or is this your first time? Because if it's your first time, I'll definitely like take it a lot slower, because I really like Myst, because Riven's the sequel to Myst, and then there's also other ones that came after it, of course. But a little okay. Okay, then I'll take it a little bit slower then. I won't like read all of the journals and whatnot, but this was how the original game came out. Like it just threw you out here, and then you just walk around. I mean, you couldn't just walk around like this, of course, but you'll walk around, and if you notice on the rock, you'll get a little note from a guy named Atris to Catherine, and he left a message for her in the forechamber beside the dock, and enter the number of marker switches on the island in order to retrieve the message. And Atris is actually the guy that you meet in Riven, you know, or at the very beginning of it, because technically. And again, I don't know if you're aware of this or not. The reason why Atris greets you as a friend is because you meet him here. Well, not really here, but you meet him in this game, and you help him with something. Yeah, so I'm actually going to. Oops, that's not it. I already know the answer to these puzzles and whatnot, so. I believe it's this one then? Yep, there we go. I solved it. So when you solve this, it raises this up. The way that you get that is another thing that you... Yes, spacebar to take pictures. Oh, I forgot about that. I better not to be in spacebar a lot. But so the way that you find that out is by reading these journals here. There's a bunch of them. Well, this one's not a journal that you read in, but this one here, you know, you'll read through this. I think it's actually this one here. If you go far enough, it gives you constellations to look for. And if you notice, there was a snake, there was a little bug or a spider, and then there was the leaf. Those are the three that I noticed, or the three that I picked. And there's also these paintings over here. One that looks very strikingly similar to this. And then one where it does not look like that. So we pull this, that closes, this opens. I'm sure you may have seen this part already, but there is an elevator that you can use to get up top. I'm going to go ahead and, because I turned a switch, I'm going to go ahead and, let's see here. Oh, I didn't actually do this one though. You know what? Just because I actually solved that one, I'll go ahead and get it close. And I'll actually... I forgot to flip the switch over here. These marker switches are neat because they actually power up the essentially solution generator. But now we'll go ahead and... Let's see here. Rotate it to where it... Oh, actually, no, I think it's... Wait. Oh, I did need this one. Never mind. I already had it. I think. Right? Am I thinking right? Yes. Okay, I am thinking right. Sorry about that. I think about that for a second. I do like Myst, but it's been a while since I've actually had to sit down and remember which thing I'm supposed to aim it at. And then you come back here. There's an elevator. And safety first. You always close the door behind you. We go up to the top here, and there's the solution to stuff behind us. So very much similar to Riven, they just kind of toss you in. I mean, Riven definitely does a very good job of preparing you for things and like explaining things to you, and then just kind of throwing you into things. So if you notice here, there's a key. There's a whole bunch of dates here. Some of them that look very weird, but a bunch of dates. And then you can come up here, and if you want to, you can look out and see what the tower is aiming at. Right now the ship is up, but it would be down if we were trying to solve it. Oh, yeah, there we go. But yeah, Riven, I think the Riven remake did a very good job of introducing people to the world. You didn't actually have to play this one in order to know what's going on and whatnot. So bring us back down to the library. I think it'll say library once we go down to the bottom. But yeah, you still have to go through and figure things out. Yep, there we go, library. you still have to go through, work out, you know, exactly how. Oh, as a question, have you beaten Riven? Because I don't want to ruin anything or spoil anything, I should say. But so, oh yeah, and then if you're answering that, don't. Oh, and when I ask questions, don't necessarily feel like you have to answer or anything like that. But oh yes, okay, good. So because I definitely don't want to ruin anything for you. But you come in here and you turn off the lights, and we get another star dome. In the original, it was actually a seat that you would sit down on, and you'd use this thing here. So what you do is you can actually go through this, and you can change the date like this. You find out which date it was. You know, and then, you know, put in, you know, some year and then some time, which I think this is, I think it's military time. Yeah. So, you know, put in some random time, they hit a button and it'll show what the night sky, what constellation is there or whatnot. When you get it correctly, which I don't think I'd be able to remember them off the top of my head, it actually, the rest of the stars go a little bit darker. And then you go, oh, okay, that's one of the stars that I'm looking for. The specific stars that you need are those dates. And once you put in that date, it gives you these specific constellations. And it's the leaf, the bug, and the snake. Now, if I've played through this once on random for the puzzle solutions, but I don't know if they can make all of them be random, because some of them they can be, like this one here. I know was randomized, but this is apparently like the original solution. See if I remember it correctly. I did not. No, I don't think that's right either. Nope. Huh. I've forgotten what the solution is to this. Oh, there it is. Okay. I just forgot where the double one was. But that should power that up, I think. Let's double check. Oh, and if you trip the breaker, if you go above like a certain amount, these things break, and you have to come back here in order to trip this, in order to get the power to go through again. But we didn't break it, so we're good. And again, the way that I get the solution to each one of these is you go up there, it would say 59 volts, and it should, if I'm correct, push the button on this puppy. Yeah, okay. Cool, we do have this powered up. Good. And oh, another thing that you use in order to get lore, like you could read through the books and whatnot, because there's I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 books. This one though does not have specific lore, it just has like different patterns in it. And then it also at the very beginning gives you a hint about what goes on. Or a hint about where you're supposed to do stuff, and as you can see here, if you push on this, this opens up. But these are the main things that give you lore in this, where I'm sure you may have already seen this, but if you put these pages into the books, you get dudes trying to talk to you, requesting more pages. You know, this guy's asking for the blue meth, and this guy's asking for the red pages, you know. But yeah, so, and you find out one of them's called Cirrus, one of them's called Akinar. Let's see here, let's go here. And if I'm not mistaken, this should be 240, I want to say. Right? Yeah. I have these memorized, so it makes it easier. I don't have all things in this memorized. There's some things that require a lot of solutions in order to get through, but Oh, and I guess technically, I mean, I may as well do this since I'm here. Let's see if I can remember how to do this. Let's see here. There we go. Woo! Got it. And lastly, this one here is going to be 742 or 24. I can't remember. I think it's 24, but yep, I think it is. If I remember this, I'll be actually kind of be surprised. I did remember it. Okay. In the original, this was actually like a matchbox. So, okay, so now I got the pilot light on. All right. Oh, give me just one moment here. Sorry about that. Just taking care of something. Oops. Don't need that to be. Oh wait. Oh, there we go. That's better. All the way up. All right. We'll leave that one up for now. So death proof. Are there any of how much of this have you seen? Like other than like the main island here of Myst Island? Oh, and just so you know, there are novels that were made around this. I think they were made in between Myst and Riven, if I'm not mistaken. But it might have been after Riven. I'm not 100% sure. No, I think it was before, because I think I don't know, somewhere around there. It's Myst and Riven have novels. Like actually, I think it's 3 books. Yeah, it's 3 books. It's called Myst the Book of Atris, Myst the Book of Tiana, and Myst the Book of Dunny. The Dunny is actually something that you heard Gen talk about. If you're interested in this type of stuff and you're like, wow, this world's kind of interesting, I'd actually recommend like looking at the novels or seeing if you can get them like at the library or something, or get a free PDF or something like that of the book, or an ebook or something like that. They're actually kind of interesting. They fill out more of the lore. But have you seen like much outside of the Myst Island here, or is it just here, or even if you can just describe? Let's hear. So part of the game on another stream. I didn't play it myself. Okay. Oh no. I kind of figured. I figured that when I asked you whether you'd seen it or not, you're like, I've seen a little. Kind of figured you just watched it, but I don't know if you know the names of the ages that you can travel to, but just like at the very beginning of this game, where you walk up and you put your hand on that viewing panel that showed the island on it of Myst, and then it brings you here. Same thing happens with other books that have been written, and that's something that Gen kind of goes into, Atris kind of goes into a little bit when you are playing Riven. And then you also find the other books and whatnot, so you know how like you can travel between places by putting your hand on that the viewing panel of each book. But there is the art, that the Dunny people, I think. Well, the lore, just to fill in a little bit here, is that there was someone they called the Maker. Whether you, I don't know if they get 100% into whether or not that's God or not, but that the Maker gave to them the ability to write in special books made with special ink, paper binding, to either write worlds into existence or to explain something that makes a connection to what you're explaining out in the multiverse, so that you actually can teleport or transport yourself there. That's how this Myst Island came about, whether it's being connected to a specific rendition or iteration of this particular island in some multiverse, or if it was writing it into existence. But regardless, that's kind of the art form. So of the books that are out there, do you know the names of the books that you had seen? Because I'll definitely take you to other places and show you the other islands that, or the other places, the other ages, off of Myst here. Because I think that this, though I think Riven is an even better game than Myst. Myst is still a very good game. It's a really interesting intro. Yes. Oh, I agree. The lore of Myst is actually a really cool series, or is a really cool bunch of lore. That's one of the reasons why, if you haven't heard about or read the novels, I definitely recommend it. Oh, here, actually, let's actually, no, let's hear. If I remember to pick up the things, which I might not, I will. But I'll go ahead and I'm gonna. Nah, you know what? I'll save that for another time. Never mind. But yes, when you did watch some other people playing the game, did they take you to any specific, or did they go to any specific islands or books? Like, if you can explain what they look like, I'd probably be able to tell you which ones that you were that you saw, and then I'd be able to take you to the ones that you haven't been to yet. Or if you're like, oh, well, they started to play this, and there was this type of stuff going on, but I never got to see the end of it, and I'll go there and finish it. Because yeah, I really like Myst, and the lore behind it. Like, I've got a bunch of stuff that I haven't told you about. Like, there is a grave back here. This wasn't in the original, but this is also Dunny script, by the way. But yeah. But yeah, if you know the names of the books or the ages that you went to, that'd be cool. If you don't, like I said, just explain it. Or if you'd rather just me play wherever I want to, then just let me know that too. But I'm trying to make the stream, fun for you. Let's say that. Because I mean, I know I'll have fun just doing this because I've got a goal. Oh, gotcha. Hey, you know what? That's no problem. I don't speak Russian, but I can go in. Oh, I think that you're just saying that you can't explain it. I don't speak English. I'm betting 100%. I'm betting this is actually, maybe this is auto-translated. That'd be crazy if that's the case. Yeah, go in here and I'm going to try. Man, this is all sorts of wonky. Okay, there we go. I'm just going to do this. Actually, I can translate it from here. Okay. That and translate. All right. And we're going to detect language. Why is it not detecting Russian? I can tell that's Russian, I think. That's Cyrillic. I'm assuming you just said I can't explain it. I don't speak English 100%. But I'm going to double check just to see. R is for Russian. All right. Well, there's Romanian Russian. Oh, actually detect. No, I would like you to switch that, please. Huh. Yeah, for some odd reason it's my my auto detect is not. Oh, there we go. No, yeah, see, for some odd reason it's trying to auto detect language. Yeah, I don't know. My translator is not working properly, so same worlds, just don't delete the first part. Oh, gotcha. Yes. I kind of figured. But I was I was trying to figure out why my translator wasn't working properly, and then it just didn't want to translate properly at all. So, but yes, so that's okay. Oh, I guess as a question then, when you watch them play, did they ride in the tree down below the ground? Did they go in through the rocket ship or missile and then go in there? Did they go in through the ship? Or did they go in through the gear up here? Do you know which ones they went into? Or and I mean technically, one place has a ship that's in it. One place has a bunch of gears. One place has a bunch of trees, and then the other place has this, but there's a bunch of sounds and stuff that you have to pay attention to, like a bunch of different things. So 10% of the game. Okay, well, tell you what, I'm planning on doing the entire thing today, just because I need to collect pages and put them inside of this. So so what I'll do is I think I will start with Stone Ship. That is this little thing right here. I'm trying to think. So one of the difficulties I think, or one of the things that I think you'll be missing out on if I go through it at too quick a pace, is, let's see here. I think, is this one Stone Ship? Yeah, this one's Stone Ship. Okay, so this here, don't worry about reading all this. So now this here is, I'm not going to read through this. Unfortunately, you're watching a streamer who has dyslexia. I also have hereditary cataracts. It's a condition with my eyes that I've had since birth. It's only just gotten bad enough though that I'm going to have surgery coming up on the 6th to take care of it. Fun eye surgery, but there's a lot of information. Because the original game is so old, they didn't have like a lot of audio that they could have in the game, or like they couldn't just have someone speak through this entire thing. So there's a lot of stuff in here. I'll try and summarize what happens. So Atris wrote a book into existence, or wrote a connection to a world, where he found, I think it was 3 boys that were living here. It's Emmett, Branch, and Will. And they met each other, and they actually told Atris the story. And it's like, again, at least this is the story I was told when I arrived on the island, and Emmett, Branch, and Will were surprised to see me at first. So he meets them, and he talks to them. He actually, Atris can leave the island that he goes to, just like in Riven, when you go to Tay. I don't know if it's the same in Russian or not, but the moiety secret island that you go to, where they knock you out and then bring you over and have you in jail and whatnot. Just like you can go there and then leave again. Atris wrote this age. Went here and then came back out, and then wrote a ship into existence on the actual island. And then when he comes back, it's actually broken in half on the rocks. Oh, there's a submerged lamp that he was thinking about installing, but they actually install a lighthouse on this. You actually read about this in this. They make a lighthouse, and here's the lighthouse that they construct. And there's a light up on top. It talks about the boys being strong, and this is actually the ship that he wrote into existence on into the age. But something went wrong, and the ship ended up being broken and into the rock, into the island that he initially met the boys at. But here's where the lighthouse is, and there's little walkways and whatnot, and then they also dug into the island and whatnot. But they also, the 3 boys eventually turn into adults, and they've, if I'm not mistaken, this is when he says that he's since called the age Stone Ship age. But if I'm not mistaken, I think that there was, I can't remember if this is Dark Skies. Let's see here. Perfect condition, looks like. Very best to keep it so. Yet I have noted that the entire rock it was built on has sunk approximately. Oh yeah, the entire rock is sinking a little bit as well. I mean, this is, there's not a whole lot of extra lore on top of that for this particular age. But now we're going to go there. Oh yeah, and then also, I'm sure you saw this stuff where you put the blue pages in and you put the red pages in. The guys that are in there ask for more pages because they're seemingly trapped inside the books. But yeah, let's go to Stone Ship, and one of the really neat things is when you read about it in there and then you actually go there, it's kind of neat. But yeah, here we go. So this is a 3D representation of the drawing, of course. And really pretty, really cloudy though. You can see a telescope up on top, and then we come back around. So let's go there and find out what we can see here. All right, so here we are on Stone Ship. As you can see, here's the ship that ended up being like put into the island here. There's a bunch of water, really cool sunset, some interesting god rays here that we can see, you know, for the lighting. There's also over here a little pump. I don't remember which one I'm supposed to put it on first, so let's go first. We do that, and that pumps things out. Little carousel over the top, but yeah, you can see the god rays from the sun. But okay, cool. I think I did pick, nope, I picked the wrong one. So this here we just pumped out, but I will show you what's down here. It's underneath the water. Imagine having to try and make this. And there's this table down here with a button on it that doesn't do anything. There's seemingly a power cable coming out the back. That's about it. It's not a very big place, but I went to the wrong location, so or used the wrong pump, I should say. And I think then the middle one? No, I think it's actually, I'm probably going to choose incorrectly, because if you stick around here and hang out with any regularity, you'll find out that I tend to go to the wrong place first and the right place last. So, okay, looks like I actually did do something correctly. So we this is the lighthouse that they built, and again it goes underground, and it's underwater. And there is, I think in the original one they just had a treasure chest that was down here that you could turn a little spigot and then it lets the water out. In this one they put it on a barrel and then up on top of something. It seems very not feasible. But we open that up, let the water out, close that off, because if you don't close it off, then it's just going to get filled with water again. But up here, you notice there is a key here, and there's a lock here, but the key doesn't reach over to the lock. It's on a string that doesn't reach over to here. And otherwise, we can't get up there. Now, me personally, if I was in this situation, I'd just like try and climb up the wall a little bit, leap off, and then grab on over here or something. It's not that high up, or like run forward, jump up. It's not very secure. In the original one, there was actually a hatch. There was a ladder here. There was a hatch that had a lock on it. So, but anyway, let's go back over here. And now, if we pump the water out of a different area, and the water goes back into the other area, then, and again, you find this out by trial and error. You're like, oh, now this is filled up. Oh, no, this goes down there. But yeah, once we fill this back up again, we now get access to something that can be reached by this key. And look, there's another key inside of this one that also has a cord on it. But it can just reach this one. And now we have a ladder that goes up. I'm not going to go up there just yet because we don't technically need to go up there just yet. But I'm going to show you around a little bit more. Here's a second part of the ship that, again, seemingly got broken but then fused with the island. So it's once again a very interesting concept of being able to leave this location, go back to the Myst Island, write some special things, write some special language into that book, and then having things be changed in this world. It's a really interesting aspect of things. But this here used to be a telescope that you would look inside of, but now they have it where it's like this. Let's see here. And look at this. It's 135 is where the lighthouse is. Oh. Let's back out now. There we go. But that's just a telescope that you can use to look around, look all over the place. But yeah, 135 looks over at the lighthouse, which is over there. But I did, when I pumped out the water from there, and then, or pumped the water back into there, I guess, it now opened up this area, which leads down inside of the mountain or the island that we're in. There's some drops of water coming down, which is a little disconcerting. But we've also got this here. Now, this here is, if I'm not mistaken, this is Akinar's room. And in here you can like start looking through things. Oh, look at this, we got a note. Marker Swi Island. The vault is located the island of, I'm assuming, Myst. Achieveries. Instructions are full. Each of the markers turn everyone on position there, and a final step to there to. So yeah, this has been cut in half. We do find more of this. I'll try and remember where the other half of this is. I think I know where it is, but I'm glad I actually checked here. There's maps and whatnot in here. And our first blue page. It looks like we're probably going to go with the blue meth then. Although I might get all of them. We'll just have to see. But more maps. So the reason why I know this is Akinar's room, I think, is Akinar has a specific taste in terms of what he likes, and like bones and masks and weapons and stuff like that. That tends to be his motif. He likes that type of stuff. But there's also this thing. He also has kind of a dark side to him. So if we go like this, goes to a skull, flower to a skull. And then there's also, I think, let's see here. I don't think there's actually anything else in here, but what's really cool is as you play through the game, they drop little things of lore about, or little histories and backstories about each of the brothers. And we'll find those as we go, but let's go down the other one, because technically there is a second way to go down here. So let's head downstairs. And this, if I'm remembering their names correctly, which I think I am, this is going to be Cirrus's room. Cirrus is a lot more opulent. He likes money and finer things, as you can see. Let's see if this actually works. It does. Okay. It's a neat little thing that looks like it's magnets and some kind of metal that can be manipulated. So, very interesting. And a red page. Oh, and if you notice, so when I was mentioning that the special books with paper and like special paper and special ink and special glue and special binding for the books, there's the special language that they have to use in order to write them into existence. It's really kind of hard to see. Let's see here. Don't remember if there's a zoom button on this. I don't think there is. Let me double check here. Controls. I don't think there is. Nah, I don't think there's a zoom button, unfortunately. But yeah, that there is, and it's probably, I'm probably choosing a bad one because red doesn't go through on lossy compression for streaming stuff. But the writing that's on the page there, that's actually Dunny script. But let's go ahead and take that with me. Let's see here. But yeah, see here's a bunch of opulence, and then if I'm not mistaken, we're gonna find money and jewels and stuff like that in here. Yeah, see gold. So, yeah. So this is Akhenaten, or sorry, this is Cirrus, and his style. But this is basically all that's here. You know, you just find the pages and you move on. This is one of the reasons why I brought you here first, because there's not like a lot of lore here, but you get to see some of the style and the way that things look, essentially, in terms of, you know, who Cirrus and Achenar are. Now, this one is a little bit of a strange one in terms of how to solve things, because it doesn't really give you much of anything other than being able to, you know, drain the water out of places, get inside of this area here, get down inside of those areas. So once you figure this out, though, you're actually able to get up top here, inside of the lighthouse, and there's this little device here, a little crank and a little, essentially, well, I assume is I don't know why it goes black like that. It's very weird, but yeah, if I do this, it makes sure that this gets fully charged. It's like we're charging up a cell phone. So this is the original Android or original iPhone. No, it's just it's a battery essentially. But this one is a little bit, I'll call it cerebral, let's say. But now if you go down here, and again, this is all trial and error because you get stuck here. But if you notice, now there's a new way that we can go. That also leads us down below. Now, this is another thing you have to figure out. This is a compass. And where's north? There's north. Okay, north is here. And we need to figure out where 135 is. And I actually can't remember where that is. I want to say it's either this one or this one. I don't think it's this one, but we'll find out. It is that one. Okay, so where the lighthouse is 135 degrees. So what you need to do is you need to count every single one of these buttons here, divide it by 360, and then figure out that this is 135 degrees. So that's the way you solve this. Very, 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 this one, when I originally played the game, this one was probably the puzzle that gave me the most trouble. Honestly, well, I guess there's another one, and I'll get to that one when I get there, but once you get that, now you've powered things. Oh, and I think if you notice, if I'm remembering correctly, is it in here, or is it out there? Oh yeah, see, you can see a cable here, and it matches the cable that we saw before that led to that table. I think in the original, I don't think it had that. It just allowed you to be able to see, oops, wrong way. It allows you to be able to see, oh, was that a page? No, it wasn't. Is it great? But all of this, that powering this up would allow you to do, and look, see that's now flashing at us as well. But now we need to drain out that first area that I took us to. And we have made our way off of Stone Ship. But yeah, basically showing you all of Stone Ship. There's not a whole lot left to look at. But things that have changed is down here. Now everything is lit up, so we can actually see a lot better, and there's lights outside. We actually saw that in the journal, was the light, the underwater light, that Atris had written in his journal about. But yeah, now there's power going to the light, so there should be power to the desk, which now we push the button, and it opens up. And now we have going back to Myst, but we don't go back to the dock, we go back to the library. This is a little bit different than the original, which I'm a little disappointed in, but it's a remake. You know, I'll give it what would actually happen is when we would link back in here, that's what they call it, you'd end up looking up at this. That's why they had in the book, it showed, you know, like this going on essentially. But getting a little dizzy there. So that was Stone Ship. Let's go to see if we have this. Yeah, let's go to Channelwood next. Why not? So Channelwood is a different kind of age that Atris wrote into existence, or wrote the link to. He wrote it. It's a place that has kind of like a marsh or a place where there's a bunch of water and a bunch of like trees, kind of like a bog, or I'm trying to think of a bunch of different kinds of words to describe it. But it's kind of like Louisiana Bayou type stuff. I don't know if you're familiar with that type of environment or not, but like trees in the water and things like that. So he wrote that into existence and found that there were actually people or creatures that live there. And if I'm not mistaken, he came here and found that there were a bunch of bridges. Let's see, climbing the ladders. Oh yeah, so he encountered people that lived up in the trees, but they looked very much like monkey people, and they had like their own kind of language, but when he finally met them, they took him to see another human being, which Atris was surprised about. And the human being was really old, and he eventually died. Yeah, see, look, it's almost impossible to understand this old man. His voice is so feeble, but wild. The old man eventually dies, and the natives like perform essentially some kind of ritual, and they put him into the water, and the water starts changing colors. And if I'm not mistaken, I think, oh yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, see, here it is. For some reason, the water no longer shifts color. I apologize. The water used to shift colors, and then when they put him into the water, the funeral essentially stopped the water from changing colors. It was the other way around. I apologize. I remembered that inaccurately. And then also, this starts to mention Catherine, who is Atris's wife. You actually meet her in Riven. I can't remember if this mentions. Oh, here it is. Yeah, Cirrus and Akinar. They are very young in this, I think. But they, he was wondering how they would react to the inhabitants. The inhabitants also started giving him ink to be able to use in his book, and then later on it starts changing color because like later on he goes to like read back in his journal, and he realizes, wait a minute, the color is changing with my ink, and the inhabitants found that hilarious that he's got surprised by the ink changing color. But he actually brings Cirrus and Akinar, I think, over here, and if I'm remembering right, oh yeah, he actually talks about different ages that we don't have access to, because there's a bunch of ages that got burned. Oh yeah, and I think it was Pran was the I can't remember who Pran was. If you want to read through all of this, or even have it translated off of your phone or something like that, you can always just go back and use the VOD, and pause during these sections. But let's see here. I'm trying to remember if there's anything else of real significance in this. Yeah, see, even now as I look through this very colorful journal, I cannot help but laugh myself. So this is when he noticed that his ink was changing colors, and that the inhabitants had basically kind of played I don't know if it's necessarily a prank on him, but they were like, haha, he didn't realize that it was going to change color later on. Let's see here. So yeah, I believe some of the stuff that Atris starts talking about is bringing his sons into ages to have them learn things, and then leaving them there to have them learn on their own. This actually starts to, oh, here's the funeral bridge. These are some of the pathways that they talk about. The inhabitants lived up in trees, like in like huts like this that were attached to the trees. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I can't remember if back here there was anything. I don't think so. No, never mind. So we just get this one small drawing here of future bridge. Blah, blah, what am I thinking? But yeah, of like areas here that the inhabitants made. But as you can see here, there's a bunch of burned books. So some of these were actually other ages that are like the ones that we are going to, but someone burned them. So yeah. I guess I can just leave that there, but let's go to channel wood now that we've read. Well, actually, we didn't read about it, but I informed you about it. Now, one thing that you'll notice is we can't get actually up inside the tree there. Oh, look at this, butterflies and birds. Oh no, those weren't in the original because, like, well, I mean, I think they had some stuff, but there was nothing like too animated. But the way that you get into this is you turn down the gas. Oh. There we go. Because now this starts coming back down. And then we just get inside and we ride it down inside. And again, you find this out by trial and error. There's a button here that you can actually use. Like, I'm sure most people, the first time they play this, they run inside here to try and get in while it's going up. And you're like, oh, if you push this button, all it does is it brings it down, but it doesn't go down all the way. In the original, there was just a small room down here. There wasn't any water. Let's go ahead and send this back up now. Come on. There we go. Oh. See, and now that's going to go back up. All right, but now we found another place of protection. Oh, I suppose once I come back to Myst, I'll show you how how you figure out how to get like into that. Or let's see here. Rather, you actually see Atris leaving Atris's message for Catherine. I forgot to show you that. I'll show you that when I get back. But let's go ahead and go to channel wood. Oh, and technically, right now you could add more pages to the red and blue books, but I'm not doing that on purpose because that's an achievement that I'm looking to get. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, in the original, I think you might start looking this way, but I'm not 100% on that. But this looks so good compared to the original. But as you can see, it's kind of like a bog or a jungle, you know, whatever you want to refer to this as. A swamp, you know, that'd probably be the best way to describe it. But there's also these little things here that have little, like, Y pipes, I guess, or a pipe that, you know, breaks off into two areas, and then if I pull that, goes back and forth here. In the original, you would just go down close to that and you just pull on this and make it go one way or the other. But we definitely don't want that. Want it going that way. That leads to nowhere. This will all make sense soon. I think I'm going to set myself up for success later. I think that's right? Yeah, because, no, actually, I'm going to leave this way. I will set myself up for success by making it go that way. There we go. Okay. Trust me, this will make sense in just a little bit here. But, not that way. But, if you notice, if I go over here, there's a pipe that leads over to here. It leads over to this little engine-looking thing. And then there's a pipe that goes all the way up there. But this is seemingly locked. We can't get in. But once again, this one just chucks you in here and you gotta explore around. This is basically the name of the game for the original Myst. Like, there wasn't a whole lot of, like, books to read or journals that get you up to date on this, that, or the other thing. And then this one here has... This doesn't do anything, I think. Oh, I guess it does stop that for a second. We can look outside. The pipes go from down below. Looks like it's a pump here that's turning based off of the windmill that's up on top, and brings the water and fills this up here. If I turn this, that allows the water to go down the pipes. Now we can hear the water. Oh yeah, and this has 5 sides, just like in Riven. If you notice, in Riven, 5 has a very big significance, and looks like it carried over into here. Oh yeah, frog. But All right, so now I'm going to set myself up for success by going this way. And yes, good. Hooray. Okay. Now there's this little thing here. Again, this little engine that now works. If I pull that, brings up a little section here. That is now a walkway. Not going to go over there just yet. I need to do one other thing. Oh, wait. No, actually, never mind. I am going to go over there. That's right. I'm setting myself up for success, not actually leaving Channelwood just yet. But, yeah, there's some really, really pretty, like, screenshots that you can get from this. Like, you're seeing the God rays coming through the trees and whatnot. It's so pretty here. Got fireflies over here. Got an elevator. And if you had walked over to this section here, and had the water coming down this pipe, it would just fall out of there. And here, let's put this. So we've got an extendable pipe now that will allow the water to come here and power the elevator here. But that's not where we're going just yet. Like I said, I'm just setting myself up for success later on in the game. But yeah, oh, so good looking. I love it. I mean, I do have this on Epic. Oh, look, another frog. But I do have everything on Epic on this, like ray tracing and stuff like that. So RTX is on or whatever. But let's see here. Now, yeah, good. And now we don't need it to go that way. We need it to go this way. Because, oh, and this way would be the way over here that leads to the bridge that didn't have the pipe to go over there. So we'll eventually get that set up properly. But right now, we need to power this elevator here. So we can go up and, if you notice, there are the walkways. And it's kind of hard to see them, but you can see the little, you know, housing units or huts or whatnot that are up there. All right, safety first. I really like this remake because the original one, and if you are interested in seeing the original, I do have like videos that actually where I go through and play the entire thing from beginning to end, and it's probably gonna be very similar to what I'm doing with you, Death Proof. But yeah, there's if I'm not mistaken, if you were to like look at all of this in Atris's journal, you would be able to see that this is essentially the upper area. Oh yeah, look, there's a place up there too. So up even higher. But that this is what he drew in his journal to show like where the natives here lived. But yeah, looks like people left in a hurry or left things behind. But if you notice, we're not finding those people that we heard about. It's a little weird, right? I could go that way, but I think I'm going to go this way first. Because if I'm not mistaken, I don't believe I am not. Okay. In the original one, they don't actually have this, but if you notice, there's a little cord that goes all the way over to somewhere over there. I pull this, it opens up a little thing over there. This is something that they did better in the remake here, in the 2021 version, than they did in the original, or I should say the remaster, I guess, technically, but they didn't have any indication that you're supposed to come over here and pull that switch in order to open up that door over there. So this is one of the things where if you miss this little tiny thing over here, you could just be stuck for a while. But yeah, we're back here now. And again, no inhabitants. Everybody's gone. No food anywhere. We've got look at this. Looks like, again, they left in a rush, or someone came through and ransacked the place. Look at this. There's nothing of importance. Well, I guess pottery can be good, but, you know, no water or food in them. It's all just empty. I love the sounds they have in here too. It's very much like a jungle. Yeah, it looks like we could have gone across from there over to here, but I went the long way around just to show you some more. And see, there's still stuff up higher. But as you can see, once again, not really a whole lot of lore going through here. But if you notice, there's the pulley system that goes from over there. It opened up this door that we couldn't have opened otherwise. And then there is this here, which with that pipe going up all the way. Little secret, if you go all the way down here, you not only make it so that you can unlock the door that we couldn't open before, but now we don't need to have that elevator powered, so I can switch that over to here. But I'm also going to set myself up for success again, and have it go this way. There we go. So now it will go forward and power that one when I want it to. Again, just thinking ahead. But, yeah, love how beautiful that is. Like we're actually visiting Louisiana. Okay. Oh yeah, and at the end of Riven, when Atris, if you get the good ending, I should say, Death Proof, and feel free not to answer me if you don't want to, but and that's I suppose goes doubly especially the case if you're not here still, or if you're not here anymore. I can't see my viewer count right now. So, but did you get all of the endings, or did you get the good ending? I assume so, because looks like you still are here. But if you get the good ending, there is a little, I guess, nod, or a wink and a nod to something that happens, because Atris will tell you something. No, in Riven, did you get the good ending in Riven? Like, or all the endings in Riven? Because there are technically multiple endings in Riven, where you can mess things up. You can do something too early. You can let Gen go by going inside of the trap book, because then that spits him back out. You know, there's a bunch of different endings you can get in there. I assume, since you said you completed it, that you had gotten. Oh, you got all endings. Good, awesome. Hey Everett, good to see you. I'm taking a break from politics today, you know, and secluding myself over here in Myst, and then Death Proof here ended up joining basically at the perfect time when I was just starting. He saw about 10% of this game, so I'm going through and getting my last achievement that I needed in this. So yeah, just showing him around Channelwood right now. But as you can see now, we're up super high. But what I'll mention is the ending of Riven, the good ending, where Atris is able to get Catherine, his wife, back, and then he goes back to Myst, and he drops the book, you know, into the Starry Expanse, and then you fall into the Starry Expanse. That's technically not the beginning of this game. In the lore, and they kind of go over this a little bit in Riven, but they really get into it in the Myst novels, where Gen and his father have a falling out. I'll be vague about it, and Atris traps Gen on Riven, or what Gen calls the Fifth Age. It was his fifth age that he ever wrote, and The way that he trapped him there is Riven was starting to fall apart because all of Gen's ages, whatever he writes, he's very bad at the art of writing books, linking books and whatnot. Any ages that he writes into existence eventually start to break down and collapse, and they just completely fall apart. So you can't go there anymore. So Riven was starting to do that, and Riven was starting to get fissures like that, like the fissure there that, or let's see here, come to think of it, I think the fissure is something that Catherine does, if I remember correctly. Catherine writes the fissure into Riven or something along those lines. I can't remember exactly how it goes because it's been a long time since I've actually read the novels. But regardless, the way that Atris traps Gen on Riven is that starry expanse. There's a crack that opens up in the ground. Atris takes his Myst linking book and jumps into that star expanse, into that crack that opens up in Riven, and then he puts his hand on the Myst book, thereby dropping the Myst book into the starry expanse. I think they cover that a little bit in Riven and some of the lore if you read all the books, but that's actually the beginning of this game here, or at least the intro to it, where it talks about him falling into that starry expanse of which he only had a fleeting glimpse. That was Atris falling into that into the Star Expanse and then using the Myst book. The Myst book then falls down in front of us, the player, in this game. So then we go there, and we then find ourselves doing all of this stuff. Well, I won't ruin the end of this game, but you'll see. let's say that much. But yeah, now that we're up here, let's go back over here. So sorry for the lore dump there, but I figured I'd let you know a little bit more about what's going on between the two games. But oh look, looks like this is somewhat opulent, as you can see. There's a dagger and some booze. Let's see if there's any money. Oh yeah, look at this. Got another red page. Add another one to the collection. If I'm not mistaken, this one will have money. Yeah, this one has money. So this is definitely Cirrus's quarters. Oh, and look, here's the other side of that page there. So it was, oh, okay. So if you put both of these torn pages together, it basically tells you how to open up the secret vault on Myst, where it tells you first you need to locate and turn all of the marker switches up to the on position. Then you go to the dock and you turn that one to the off position, and that will open up the secret vault access. In this game, it's less of a vault and more something else. We'll get to that a little bit later. I'll probably show you that in just a little bit. But yeah, this is all we get to see here of Cirrus's quarters. And there's a little bit weird that we have a dagger in there, but hey, sometimes people need to have to defend themselves. So, but let's continue on here. Give it a little bit of a look around. Still very pretty up here as well, but not as pretty, I'd say, as down there within the fog and the mist of Channelwood. But yeah, still very nice. But in the original one, you could actually get past this. You can't in this for whatever reason. I'm sure they wanted you to be able to open this up and see this. I can't remember what I'm set on, honestly. Let me see what my settings are on. Hand cursor. Legacy navigation, no. I think it was in display. I think I might have just missed it. I can't remember which one I'm in, but hide vehicle transitions. Now I'll just go with whatever we have. I'm wondering which one we'll have. We'll find out. As you can see from Myst 2021 to Riven being released in 2024, they got much better at modeling characters. This one got a little bit of an issue with that. I'm going to try and find the setting in here that allows me to change something. Classic video mode. Yes, let's do that. So there's that. Okay, so now let's see what happens. There we go. This was the original. If you notice, this guy kind of looks like Atris. It's the same actor, so, but, or the same guy. I mean, I think that's actually one of the developers, actually, if I'm remembering correctly. But let's go ahead and unlock this real quick. There we go. And let's go into this section here. Another blue page. And then we get to see this imager thing here. There are different messages. I don't know what language he's speaking, but I assume it's the same language as the like monkey people that live here. But it could also be Dunny for all I know, because I tried to learn Dunny at one point, but I just couldn't. Didn't have the time to. Oh, he mentioned Cirrus. Something about Cirrus. Now let's see what this last message has to say. Uh-oh.
Push the right button. Very interesting device. I'm not erasing anything important, am I? He is preparing.
He is preparing.
Remember, take only one page.
Take only one page. Huh. Well, there you go. There's actually some lore. Since I've been skipping over all the books. But putting the pages in the books don't really give you a whole lot. Oh yeah, and then if you notice, when I do this, it plays the message here. So,
I hope
and then there's also this. So, it looks like things were not going all that well for Cirrus and Akinar. Looks like they were making things that look impressive to probably a simple people, you know, who don't have technology other than like wooden bridges. But yeah, technically that's all of Channelwood. Let's see here. Oh, safety first. That's what I was thinking. And we go down. So weird thing that Cirrus there was saying something about he is preparing. Remember to take only one page. That's odd. But all right. And then we go back down the stairs, and I'll show you how we get out of Channelwood. Man, it's so pretty. Look at that. But anyway, I might try one thing, because I think I can do this, if I'm remembering right. Oh, come to think of it, maybe I can't. I think we actually get out of the mist by the time we get over here. I was hoping that I'd be able to put the sun behind it and be able to watch the God rays through the turning thing, but it looks like they made it so that doesn't happen. But, yeah, now I just need to flip this one switch, and I've already set myself up for success like I mentioned before. Let's be able to, now we don't need to listen to the water anymore. But, I already set it up so that the water will go over to the last elevator here. So we can get out of here. And now we got the water coming through, so now this has been... Oh, I missed that frog that I just heard. Oops, that's right. Safety first. Alright, get one last look at Channelwood. All its glory. They knew what they were doing when they put the sun there. Because that is really pretty. Alright, and... made our way up to the Myst book again. Another Myst linking book. I kind of like... one of the things that I kind of like is that they did, like, make it where it's... this is, like, locked down in place. In the original one, they didn't have that. But yeah, this one is interesting because you almost learn everything by trial and error. Like there's no like, oh, 135 degrees, and then you have to figure out, you know, that 360 degrees. You have to know what 360 degrees is. But let's see, what are we doing? I'm gonna do that one last. We're going to Mechanical Age next. So Mechanical Age is another one that that Atris wrote into existence, where I can't remember if he specifically made it so there would be inhabitants or not, but he meets a people that live here that talk about. Let's see here, if I'm remembering right, it's all very stormy here. That there's like black ships that come. Yeah, I'll see here. One day, the usually sunny sky became dark as night, and black ships appeared on the horizon. Yeah. So, and again, if you want to go back and read through this completely, you can always go through the VOD, of course. Atris came in and started helping out the people. So he met them. These black ships came in and started raiding them. They were like pirates, essentially. And they began work on a plan for protection. They built like this big metal building that would be basically a big fortress. And you know, built within it ways of getting around. My sons love the world except for the gray sky. So again, the sky actually stays gray because the ships are out there somewhere. Talks about a guy named Emmett that they meet. Oh yeah, this one is explaining some hints at a puzzle. This actually shows the actual fortress, and then I think it's 4 islands. There's one that it's built on, and then the 3 islands that are here, showing a track, and that this can actually rotate around. Here's the insignia of the black ships. When the black ships do come by, they actually repel them, and the black ships go away. And if I'm not mistaken, I think the sun comes back, but I'm not 100% sure on that one. Don't quote me on it. Let's see here. A small celebration, yep. And the old survivors dance their dance of old. My sons did not understand why the sun did not turn back to its original blue. So it didn't turn back right away, but I think maybe eventually it did. But regardless, essentially this is a tale of how Atris and his sons came here, helped the people out, pushed back the pirates essentially, and then made it so that the people could survive there. So that's basically what happens there. But let's now go to Mechanical Age, which is right over here. Oh, that's right. Before I do that, so if you counted all of these guys when you turn them on, there's 8 of them in total across the island. Oh, here. Channelwood is my favorite of the place of protection ages. Yes, I would say it's one of my favorite as well, if not my favorite too. As you say, its puzzles are all immersive. Also, I think it is the only age to have a proper sprawl. All the others, yeah, I would say so too. Like this one does. I'd say Myst is also very cramped. Like it's there's not like a lot of places you can go. One thing I'll say is if you haven't seen Selenitic yet, which is the last one I'm going to take you to, that one probably also has a proper sprawl, but only in one aspect that I'll show you when we get there. But this one you can at least like look around. It's not cramped in that there's like you know, places you can look around, but it is also cramped in places you can go. But I agree. I think that Channelwood definitely feels like, even though technically it is cramped in that you only have small walkways that you can walk on, it's still like, it seems very expansive because you can walk in a bunch of different places. And you there's also the verticality of it as well is pretty cool. So here is the imager. There's actually a couple different things we can look at. We've got topographical extrusion test, marker switch diagram, and water turbulence pool. That's what we're actually looking at. We click this button, we can see it's 67. Actually, let me back out here real quick. Oh, it's not actually going to go. Okay, never mind, it does. So let's show you the marker diagram, because it's 47, because that's actually going to be pretty easy to get to. Do that one. And then we push this button here, and it shows you the marker, or the marker switches. And then we'll go down to 40. Oops. Moves my mouse on me, and I don't like that. Oops. There we go. Oops. Pushing the wrong buttons. Went up to scratch my face and lost my key buttons or whatnot. This one is interesting. I think the original actually had a slightly better version of this, where this is basically supposed to be the Myst Island before there's buildings on it, from what I can tell. You can see down here is where the dock is. There's where the tower is. There's where the spaceship is. You know, the clock tower's down at the bottom. But regardless, let's go ahead and put in the number of marker switches so we can retrieve Atris's message, which is 8. All right, and
Catherine, my love, I have to leave quickly. Something terrible has happened. It's hard for me to believe. Most of my books have been destroyed.
There we go.
Catherine is one of our sons.
I think you've probably already seen this because you referred to it as a place of protection.
Him and Cirrus as well. Oh, I should have known better than to have left my library unchecked for so long. Well, I've removed the remaining undamaged books from the library and placed them in their places of protection. Shouldn't have to use the books until I return, but if you've forgotten the access keys, remember the tower rotation.
Remember the tower rotation.
Oh, and don't worry, Catherine. Everything will be fine. I'll see you shortly. Oh, and erase this message after you've viewed it, just to be safe.
So, in the original Real Myst, you find out, well, one, you can tell that Catherine didn't get the message, because, Catherine didn't get the message because she would have deleted the message. And you find out that in Real Myst, there's actually another age that you can get to called Rime, and it actually fills in some of the in between the end of Myst and the beginning of Riven. Or actually, no, I guess technically, I apologize. It's actually fills in more of the story of how the end of this game actually came about. But yeah, let's go to Mechanical Age now. I just remembered. We're over here. Nice. But, all right, let's go here. All right. So now we got to Mechanical Age. This one's decently changed from the original. Not too horribly so, but get a little bit of a flyby of the 3 islands. There we go. All right, let's go there. Okay, and the first time you play this, you can like show up here and you're like, wait, what's going on? Because it looks exactly the same except for the book's gone. When you back out and turn around, you're like, oh, we're in a completely different area. And again, we've got some awesome god rays here that come in for this. But yeah, interesting thing, we don't actually cast a shadow. But yeah, then we've got this nice little thing here, which I'm pretty sure I remember them, but I'm actually going to cheat. I'm gonna chuck those over there. Sorry, moving some stuff off my desk. Okay. Aha! Alright. So yeah, we got a bunch of different things you can input in here. You know, like that one, or that one, or that one. We'll have to find the solution at some point in time. But yeah, spoiler alert, that is the solution. Yeah, so this is, let's see here. Do you have thoughts on the Book of the Black Ships? Oh, do you mean the diary that we just went through, or something else? I'm not sure exactly what I understand what you're referring to, Everett. But as you can see, this seems to be Sirius's location because of the opulence. Oh, the comics. I actually didn't look. I didn't see the comics. Yeah. So I should probably look into those. But oh yeah, then there's also these neat little things. There's a D8. I think this one's a D12. This one's a D20. So, but yeah, no, I haven't looked at the comics. And there's also this, which is another telescope. We got little miniatures of some of the stuff back on Myst. Actually kind of neat. Don't know who that is. Oh, this here is actually Sirius. Sitting on his throne here. One of the things I'm kind of upset at, I can't sit down on the throne. Oh look, there's a button. And a secret area with gold. A red page. Almost got them all now. And a note from Akinar to Sirius. Your greed sickens me. Your desire for wealth and plunder is never satisfied. I will instruct my subjects not to pay your new tax, and you know they'll listen to me. Regards, Atris. Or sorry, regards, Akinar. Blah. I have Atris on the brain because I was just talking about him. But, so yeah, sounds like the brothers were not getting along very well. I ask because one of them, there are only two as a backstory for Mechanical Age. Oh, gotcha. So it fills in more of the story for Mechanical Age that Atris's journal doesn't. Okay. No, I have not actually seen the comics. I should probably look into that because I mean, I've read the novels and all that, but yeah, I'm a little upset that we can't break this, but we can turn this. In his defense, Akinar does have nice handwriting. Yeah, I mean, you are correct. You know, Atris and Catherine taught him well in that regard. Let's do that. While that's going down, we're gonna check out Akinar's place, and as you can see, look, oh, weapons, and oh, look, the severed head of, looks like a monkey person. So maybe we know where all the monkey people went now. And Akinar's so dumb that he doesn't even hide this button. But yeah, as you can see, a bunch of weapons and horns and stuff like that. So he's definitely medieval. Oh yeah, and there's also this. I don't know why you would want to have this. A fake snake that comes out and pretends like it bites you. That's very odd. But let's open this up again. And this is also where you start to get to see that maybe they're a little messed up. Because look, there's again, dead monkey person in a box, or at least his head. Hatchets, which that's actually looking like somewhere where you behead someone. The comics have been archived for free online. Oh, okay, it's PDFs. Interesting. I'll probably look that up then, honestly, especially because it's free. But then there's one other thing. There's a big cage here with like wires. What does this do? Ugh. So yeah, looks like Akinar was also a bit into torture. So, oh yeah, then there's also this. This is power rotation simulator. So this is how you can actually learn to turn on the power. 1, 1000, 2, 1000, 3, 1000. And that brings us over to about that island. 1, 1000, 2, 1000, 3, 1000. Brings us over to another island. So yeah, it's that's basically how you figure out what's supposed to happen. But over here, if you miss this button, you can't get down here. And all you do is you walk around there, you push a button and nothing happens. Down here, you have to figure out that by turning this, you are rotating the elevator upstairs into position. And see, now you can actually look and see that it's open. The original one of this was point and click, death proof. So it was much different than this. You couldn't walk around like this, but again, that's one of the reasons why remakes are really fun, because it allows you to go back and visit old things and see them with new graphics and whatnot. So, oh yeah, so then this is really fun. When you were down below, you could see that the top button was lit. This one has two of them that are lit. You find out that if you click down, it just immediately goes down. Click this, starts making noises, and you get out of the elevator. And because you probably in the game already gone all over the place and looked around, you know what this is. This is tower rotation. So we push it forward and we go 1 1000, 2 1000, 3 1000, let go. Then we push this. And now we can go downstairs because we have rotated the entire fortress. In the original, there weren't all these big gears. It was just a small room. But now we can just go down. Pardon me, gonna hydrate real quick. All right, there we go. Okay, and now we find out that the entire place has all completely rotated. We were over there. Now we've rotated over to here, and man, we got some really awesome god rays off the clouds right now. And we find out, oh look, that's amazingly similar to what I put in before. But we get the two pieces of the combination. Yeah, one of the things I'll say is I like that they changed the structure of this particular the rock in this area. Makes it look like, I think it's called a Giants Coliseum or something like that. I don't know, I can't remember if that's actually it, but I think it's someplace over in Ireland that has like octagonal rocks that are jutting up from down below, down underneath the earth. So yeah, now we have to go back in here because we need to rotate it again. And again, the puzzle games like this, you got to be, observant and know, this type of stuff. Just like Riven, realizing that you have to close the door behind you often enough in order to find a new place to go. That was one of the things that made the game interesting. Is like, okay, do I have to close the door here? But yeah, this here you just have to pay attention. 3 1000 should be good enough. I mean, technically, I don't really need to, I'll show it to you anyway, just so you can see the entire thing, because I've shown you all of the other ages, so I'll show you all of this one as well. And down we go. Oh yeah, and if you push this button and stay in here, it just takes you, I think, to the middle, if I'm remembering correctly. So it's essentially like top floor, bottom floor, middle, where there's nothing to do. You can't go anywhere. It's just, you're just trapped in an elevator. All right, go through Akinar's area. Oh, look, see, we were over there. There's nothing over here, but I will show you a little bit of an Easter egg. Oh, look at that, strikingly similar to what I put in. Cool. But yeah. Oh yeah, and then the waves heading off into the distance. In the original, they didn't have moving water, if I remember correctly. There's no motion in the water for the original. Oh yeah, and then also, like, there's this like oily texture or oil looking stuff in the water. I think in one of them. Yeah, see, there you go. You can kind of see it right there, where the water is kind of like covered in a little bit of oil there. But yeah, the rainbow colors and whatnot. Go through Sirius's place this time. They all lead to the same spot. All right, and so there we are. Okay, and next. Oh yeah, whoops. I forgot to push the button. I'm an idiot. I'm thinking about other things. Sorry about that. Gotta keep the game in mind. If it was that easy, it wouldn't be a puzzle game. You'd walk out and be like, oh, there's a button. Oh, cool. It'll be straightforward. But nope, this is a puzzle game. 1, 1000, 2, 1000, 3, 1000. And there we go. Okay. This one doesn't actually lead you anywhere, but I am going to go over and show you a neat little Easter egg. I think the immersion... let's see here. The immersion in mechanical is weak. Yeah, I would agree. It's this is probably the weakest age out of all of them, I'd say. In part because the fortress doesn't really make tactical sense defensively. I'd say it does to a degree because you can just rotate the entrance, and it's if it's strong enough to be like essentially impregnable to any of their weapons, then it would still. Well, and again, I suppose I haven't read the comics that you have, but it doesn't even have a front door. I mean, it kind of does. It's got a front door, you know, right over here. This is kind of the front door. But it is kind of weird. Like, what you could do is you could just set it over here, and there's only one way in and one way out. And if they try and come over here, like board this, you can just rotate the building. And then they're like, well, crap, we can't get them now. You know, it's like, okay, what are they gonna do? Keep on sailing around in circles? And if they attack this and they can't damage the outside, then it's essentially. Like, I mean, they could do like a siege or something like that, but the whole purpose, from what I understand, and again, I know you've read the comics and I haven't, the whole purpose of them coming by is basically to raid and take what they need. So if they can't do that, well, then they're not going to come back, essentially. But again, since I haven't read the actual comics, maybe you're privy to more information than I am. But if you notice, oh, whoops, that's actually an error. Oh, never mind, it's not. If we look here, we see that there is a guy hanging on a ship with seemingly the symbol for the black ships. So, yeah, so I'm assuming guy just dead there. But anyway, there's a little Easter egg if you come to this location and do that. So, but that's basically it. That's all of mechanical. It's like I said, just like Everett is saying, this is probably the weakest of the ages, I'd say. But who knows? I mean, if you really like this one, Death Proof, then you know, good on you. I just know that I think a decent chunk of people kind of think that this one, like, there's not a whole lot to this. This is also the one that's the most confined. There's the least places to go. I mean, even Myst, I think, is more expansive than this location. But yeah, and then it has a front door frame. Oh, but no front door. Yeah, gotcha. The fortress does create good choke points. But not much more. Yeah, like I said, what I'd say is, though, because you can just rotate this, all you need to do is be like, oh, they're heading over there. Well, we're gonna rotate it. And you just rotate past where they can get. If they just can't get up onto anything, because they built like in the water, they built it so that it's high enough so that if they're in the water, they can't get up and over it. I'm sure they might be able to come up with some way of like 1, 1000, 2, 1000, 3, 1000. I'm sure they could come up with some way of maybe like building a ladder or something like that. But then once they get up high enough, where are they going to go from there? If they get up onto the tracks, they get crushed by the tracks because they're going to rotate the building. Or they'd have to jump on there, and then there's only one person or something like that. And if everyone else is out there, they can, you know, get them off of there from there. If their weapons try to attack and can't damage them. I mean, what I'll say is I'm kind of arguing tiny little things where it could maybe work a little bit, but I do agree it's not the best the best defense. But hey, you know, this was made back in a time where I don't think they were thinking too entirely seriously about things, and they were limited by technology and what they could make and all that stuff. So, and I don't think they actually thought too deeply about it, because I mean, like the novels and such came out after the games, or after the game came out. And I think if I'm remembering correctly, I think it was, I can't remember if it was Myst the Book of Atris that came out, and then Riven, and then Myst the Book of Tiana, and then Myst the Book of Dunny. I'd have to look it up. I think at one point in time I looked it up and knew exactly when things came out or whatnot, but I know that they've added to the lore as they've gone. And see, there we go. Since I already had it in there, we're good. Oh, that's really pretty. Yeah. And then we just come down here and we find the Myst book again. Both the Book of Atris and Tiana came out before Riven. Okay, gotcha. And then, so Myst the Book of Dunny came out after Riven then. Okay, that would make sense, because I think, let's see here. Because Myst the Book of Dunny deals with what happens after Riven. But I think before Myst 3, if I remember correctly. Myst 3 Exile. So, but yeah, regardless, let's go back to Myst. Oh yeah, and I forgot to ask you, Everett, how's your day been going? Been up to anything interesting? I mean, other than probably dealing with a lot of social media stuff that's, you know, talking about assassination attempts and whatnot. But next, we're going to be going to probably... There's one reason why this is maybe in contention for my least favorite age, only because of the difficulty I had in getting out of this age. Because when I initially played this, I did not do a good job paying attention to things. So yeah, I had a... It's very interesting, I'll say that much. It's also something that I really like, that it gives a decent amount of variety to it, to like, in comparison to the other ages, but yeah, it's definitely odd. So, Atris wrote this book into existence, or this age into existence, and Oregon linked to it. And he initially went there, and there were meteors that were coming down. He found different locations that were very varied in landscape, or that had a lot of variety in landscape. There's like an oasis, there's a crack in the ground, there was a place that had crystals, there was a bunch of different places that he could visit. But while he was there, oh yeah, there was like a hole in the ground that had like heat coming out of it and whatnot. While he was there, see, gigantic balls of fire were falling from the sky, and I immediately left in fear for my life. He then took a while, went back, and found out that there had been a whole bunch of damage to the place. But again, leaving there was a grassy hill. So I think actually before everything like got exploded or whatnot, it was much more lush. There was much more stuff there. But here, I think it talks about basically him going in and having sounds stuck in his head or something along those lines, if I remember right. Yeah, and then talks about a chasm and using heat collection in order to power things, basically geothermal power. Let's see here. I agree the fundamental problem is that the original designers couldn't make the fortress and 4 islands big enough to make sense. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I think I watched like a documentary on how they created things. When they shipped, they didn't know if it was going to work. Like they shipped the game, like, and they were like, we don't know if this is going to work or not. But they were bleeding edge technology in terms of like they had little stamp sized videos that could play off of a disc, but that was it. And they made the game completely out of that. So or like little tiny, you know, videos that could play off of a CD-ROM, you know, off a little CD, like what they used to have music on, you know. Yeah, they didn't have enough space on the disc at the time to be able to fit all of the images, all the videos, all the sound, all that stuff on there. So yeah, I 100% agree that that's the issue. And technically, if you want to be accurate, there are 5 islands because there's Myst. But that's me just arguing semantics again. Yeah. Oh, and then for some reason, some of the journal gets erased. And you can see some of the stuff coming in here. It starts talking about, you know, 3 meters is not enough support for beams. It looks like there's the missile or the rocket. Bunch of stuff being erased. Let's see here. I'm leaving today. I can bring back Cirrus and Akinar. So again, he brought Cirrus and Akinar to a bunch of his ages. Oh yes, then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to oh, actually, I think I might have this one listed out. Okay, cool. I do. So this here, if we're paying attention, Death Proof, before in, and this is called Selenitic, by the way, Selenitic Age. I think that was the last page, if I remember correctly. I don't think I'm going to double check just to make sure. I'm pretty sure. Oh, never mind. There's one more page where this is basically the area that was left after the meteors struck, or the meteors stopped landing. But okay, let's go to Selenitic. Well, we have to solve one more puzzle because we technically have not solved this puzzle here. All right, let's see here. So 1 is here. There we go. And then let's see here. 2 is here. All right. There we go. Got a decent ear, so I hope I get this right the first time. Oh, but technically you can just go 1, 2, it's the third one up. I think that's right. I could have that wrong, but we'll find out, I suppose. And then 4 is here. This is a little quiet for me, so let me turn this up a little bit. There we go. And also, I think that's right. Again, we'll find out when I pull the switch and have things work or not. And then this one. Sure, let's try it. There we go! Got it first try. But essentially you just have to match what was in the book, press the key over there, and then match the key over here. One of the secrets is if you know you have one of them correct, you can just count the keys up and down. That's how I was able to get like these two really easily. And then I think I got these ones kind of easily as well. But yeah, there we go. Now we go to Selenitic Age. We get the flyover first. Look at that. There's those crystals that I was telling you about. There's those, I guess they're not really satellite dishes, but they're like, well, you'll see. A little oasis there that was mentioned technically in the book. I didn't really mention it all that well, but yeah, there is Selenitic Age. And we're back to the spaceship. Looks like the spaceship is actually on Selenitic Age as well. This is another one of them when you link there, you're like, wait, I'm still inside the ship. Yeah, I'm still inside the ship. Although this one, you can tell the mist changes color. You know, this one's definitely very blue. And you can see some really cool god rays again. Okay. Oh yeah, technically, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I have, I think, the correct thing here. This one's all about sound. Oh wait, no, I did this incorrectly. That one's what I'm looking for. Okay. 4. Yeah, 3. Nope, that one's actually incorrect. There we go. Now we go 4. And 5 is... Oh, wait. There we go, so... Pretty sure that's all correct, but I'm not gonna skip it. I'm just setting myself up for success in the future. So as you can see, there's some really cool locations in here. There's a section here that has trees and whatnot, water flowing. I believe that Atros referred to this as the oasis. And if I push this button here, there's there's a symbol here. There's this, looks like a little microphone here. And it's making noise off of the water. And there's a little blue page. Woohoo! And there's also a fallen tree. But, alright, so there's 1. Oh, love the way this looks. It's a central location with all those, again, I don't know if I'd call them really satellite dishes. They're more like parabolic microphones or something like that, or parabolic something. But yeah, as you can see, here is where that heat that Atros was talking about in his journal was where that actually is. As you can see, it's making the leaves die over here. As it falls over, they almost light on fire and then lands. That's pretty cool. Again, push a button. Got another symbol. Looks like a crack with heat coming out of it. Another microphone. And woof, you can see the heat waves. Yes, and then this one here. Clock. Looks like the Myst clock again, or the clock tower on Myst. We're using assets in a very creative way. We've got some crystals that sing. Very cool looking crystals. Ah, yes, another page. Boop. And another symbol. So I'm sure, as you can kind of see here, death proof, if you're still around, of course, because again, can't see my viewer count. But this, I think you might be able to see, having gone through most of Myst at this point, like where some of the inspiration for Riven came from. You know, it's like, okay, you get a bunch of symbols, you look around and you find them, and you have to find out what they mean, and or figure out, you know, what this location is requiring of you. But as you can see, some broken stuff here, and some wind. Another microphone. But let's head down into the depths. And I'm Batman. Now we go down this way, and we end up in that middle section with all those parabolic microphone things, or not exactly sure what to call them, but oh yeah, and then there's also, I forgot to show you that too, where there technically are meteors that are still falling through the sky. I think this was a cool touch. I don't think that this was in anything except for this particular version of Myst. But I could be wrong on that. Oh, and look, here's all the symbols. We're starting out with the wind one, so we need to find where wind is. There we go. Found the wind one. This one's, that's where that symbol is. Now let's find the... Ah, we're almost right there. Good enough. But again, we get the symbol, we match the symbol with the sound. Now we're looking for the clock tower. And there it is. That's perfect. Now we're looking for that heat. Let's see if I go the right way first. I think I did. We're looking for the crack in the ground that's producing all the heat. Oh, is this it? Perfect, nice. And then we're looking for the oasis, which I think, if I'm not mistaken, we actually have trouble seeing. There's the wind. Nope. And there we go. Now that we have that, we hit the Sigma, which I think that's Sigma, but anyway. And then we find out which order we're supposed to put it in. And there we go. It went through all of them and then went to just the last one that we had clicked on. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So there we are. I guess technically I can close this if I want to. I think, right? Yeah. There we are. All right, so now we have technically the puzzle to get into this locked door, or we solved the order of sound thing. Now, originally in Riven, there were some things that were a lot similar to this, where you know how in Riven there are the animals that you need to match with the symbols that you find with the little like looking glass thing, or just spot them or whatnot out there in the world in a specific shape. In the original one, they had Dunny numbers that you had to learn. They didn't have the Rivenese numbers, and they had sounds that you had to match with different animals. So rather than having a symbol that just showed you like a representation of what it looked like, you had to find the animal that sounds like that, match it to a symbol, and you're like, okay, this one looks like a frog, this one looks like a butterfly, this one looks like a sunner, this one looks like the wark or the whale. So yeah, it was definitely had definitely some similarities with Huron Selenitic, but yeah, it was once again capabilities of the time, and you know, lack of space and whatnot. But we can't get through that door, so we need to figure out the order of this, but I'm pretty sure that I have it correct. I do. Alright, so we solved a puzzle in Selenitic. And we go down underneath the ground, and we go to the place that I have mixed feelings about because of how much trouble I had when I was younger. Getting through this guy. So this looks like a submarine of some kind. It's got a little, you know, front viewing panel and all that. If we go inside... oh yeah, there's also something else. On Mechanical Age, if you go to Mechanical first, there's a little hint as to how this works, where there are sounds for north, east, south, and west. So you have to listen to the sound, which again, I think when I was playing this originally, the first time I played it, I didn't make the connection of, oh, they're having a bunch of sounds out there, there's going to be sounds in here that I need to pay attention to as well. So yeah, I took way too much time in trying to figure this one out, I'll say. So we're going deep down under the earth at this point. And I think there's like donk. I think, let's see here, which one is this? I can't remember. Ding! That's right. There we go. So, north is ding. Oh. Which, that ends up being west. And there we go. The way you find it out is you find out which one is actually open. Sometimes, though, there are multiple open pathways to go, so you don't know what it is unless you're paying attention to that being west. Oh, ding! We know ding. Ding is north. And if on Mechanical Age you were you had the fortress pointing north, and I think there was a button you'd be able to push, you'd actually get the ding noise, if I remember correctly. I could be remembering that wrong for all I remember, but yeah. So we go north. But then they throw a monkey wrench in the gears, and they added in a third sound. It's not ding, it's fss. So it's gotta be east or south. And it happens to be east. That's east again. And then, by process of elimination, there's only one sound left that we haven't encountered. Ah! Donk! Donk must be south. The donk is south. Yes. But yeah, with me and my little brain, oh, donk is south. There was also a backspace button, I think, or something like that down here, if I remember right, in the original. But, yeah, we can go forward and backward and all that. Ah, that's west. See, this just seems way too easy, right? It's like, all you gotta do is pay attention, and if this moves around, it gives you the noises, and you just look for that. Even when it does this, doesn't matter, right? Uh-oh. Donk. Oh, that's just south and west at the same time, so that would be a southwest. There we go. So again, this one, you can get pretty lost in this. Like if you go the wrong way and you have to hit backspace and whatnot. Oh, what was that one again? That one is just west. Oops. Oh no, wait. No, Donk is south. See? I almost messed myself up. This is west. So see, look at that. There was one that was south. If you weren't paying attention, you'd head the wrong way. And then there's a whole other place of tracks that you can go to. So. And if you go there, then you could go way off track there. And yeah, pun intended, Oh, ding. Ding is north. And is west. Hope you guys appreciate my sound effects. I just realized how silly that must sound. But anyway. Let's see here. Oh, ding and fs. Oh, ding is north and fs is east, so that's northeast. Oh, ding! We know that one. That's the one we started with, which is north. And this one throws us for a loop because it goes around a loop and messes with the compass. Oops, and dink. Donk is south. Is southeast, so there we go. And this should be it, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, now we get tossed around a little bit. And we made it to the end. And now we can kiss this guy goodbye. Oh, now imagine in the original game, you could only pick up one page at a time. That's another one of the reasons why they had some of these, I think, being somewhat shorter. This one was annoying because you had to go through, then you had to go all the way to Myst Island, then come back down here and go all the way through that all over again. And if you were not taking notes or paying attention, boy, that would be, yeah, it was annoying. But as you can see, the crystals come from way down here underground. And now we're in the hot area. But we made it to the Myst Island again. Now, you might be thinking, you've been to all of the ages on Myst. Oh, and I guess technically there is one more, so technically it would be 6 islands, quote unquote, even though I don't really count Dunny, I guess. But now what do? Well, I'm actually going to do one thing here, and then I'll show you how you get this eventually. I don't know if I'll be able to remember this offhand, but let's see here. Let's see if I can. No, okay, I just found it. All right, here we go. Hey, I actually remembered to a decent degree. I got it most right until I started to go wonky here, so I put this in enough times that let's see here. Oops, no, not there. There we go. And there, and there. Right? There we go. So there's a whole bunch of iterations that you can actually put in there. You find out what that is. Oh, look at this. We got another red page and another blue page. We got a green book, and now we're gonna go back. Oh, let me make this wrong, and then... Alright, so now I should be able to get the final achievement. If I'm not mistaken, let's go with the blue meth. There we go. Let's see here, stack overflow. So yes, now I've filled up everything. And let's fill this one up too. So, normally you shouldn't be able to do this, but now I've got a treat for you, Death Proof. Now you're going to be able to see how things would progress if you were to first walk up to this book and put in the first page. So you go like that, and you open it up. Oops. let me do that again. It's actually kind of annoying.
Bring me a red page.
Bring me a red page.
I can't see it. Need a red page, you must. Bring. I am serious.
This is Cirrus. I'd almost given up something. Now, what's interesting is, in the settings here, let's display, I think it was, yes, classic video. So now, we'll do it again. Oh, what? I just undid the classic video. Right? Yeah, it's not classic video mode. All right, let's try that again. What the? That's interesting. Well, let's try this one then. I want to show it to you. What? Oh, must load that up, I guess. Well, let's feed him another page. Let's give him another red page, and hopefully now it will show you the way it's. Yeah, here you go.
Thank you for bringing the red page. You must continue to help me. My name is Cirrus. Release me. I beg you to find Remake. You must release me, for
Or I need something. So again,
release me from this book, which has
become something.
Bring me the red page. I need more red pages, please.
So
Beg. Don't waste time. Look,
don't waste time when you look.
don't. My brother is guilty.
Okay. So we've got one guy who's blaming his brother.
Wrongfully imprisoned.
Okay, claiming he's been wrongfully imprisoned inside this book.
Bring the red page to me.
Yeah, he's asking for more red pages. All right, so now I'm going to switch over to Akinar. Oh, this guy seems to think that Cirrus is out here.
A seal? Miss Akinar.
This is Akinar.
Help me.
Help me.
Bring me pages.
So he wants pages too. He just wants the blue meth. I mean the blue pages.
Forever and ever.
Forever and ever. And you know what I'm realizing? Now that I'm seeing...
The blue pages.
Yes, I know, he's an addict. He needs the blue meth.
To me.
But I'm noticing that the pages are all exactly the same. Every single one of them is the same. It's got the same crinkles in it. It's got the same writing on it. So, but now I'm going to switch it back to classic mode so you can see the original. All right, let's add a page because I think I have to load it, and then it loads up the old version.
You returned. You wouldn't return. Pages rescue me.
The blue pages rescue me or something? I don't know.
Akinar.
Yes, you said that last time.
My brother, I beg you.
So this guy's also talking about his brother.
Be complete.
You can't be complete without the blue meth. Always the blue meth, yes.
Listen to him. Not listen to my brother. An egotistical fool and a liar. Bring me the blue pages.
So this guy wants the blue meth, and he keeps on saying his brother's a
Bring the red
liar.
one.
Don't take the red ones. No red pages.
Oh, you. I've been wrongfully imprisoned. You must leave. I will have my retribution. Please bring me the blue pages. Pages, please.
Yeah, basically the more pages you add in, the more like they start explaining things, you know, and like, I mean, a lot of the stuff, they end up saying like very, very similar things. You know, don't trust my brother, don't bring him the pages for his book. Yeah, so, part of me wants to show you the endings, but, I mean, part of me also doesn't want to, just because there are just like there's multiple endings in Riven, there are multiple endings in this game as well. And if you notice here, but before I move on here, I'll actually bring you to something here. Now, if you remember correctly, there was a note that we found where it said in order to access the Myst vault, you need to turn all the marker switches on, then go to the dock and turn that marker switch to the off position in order to gain access to that vault. Now this one, it doesn't really look like a vault to me. In the original one, this would open up. It just opened up completely and it seemed more like a vault. This one seems more like a page holder. So now we have a white page, which is interesting. Yeah, so we'll pick that one up too. But yeah, so let's keep going, I guess. And as a, well, let's see here. So more or less, the gist of what happens here between, you know, these two, what, the pages changed. I swear I had, the opening was in the, next to them, what the, uh-oh, I think Cirrus and Akinar are reaching out and moving the pages. No, but I swear, like I think I purposefully picked this one so it would be balanced out, where there'd be like, you know, I don't know, maybe I'm remembering incorrectly, but, oh yeah, if you open it up, he gives the same message, that you did before. Wait. Uh-oh.
Return.
That's not right.
Thank you for bringing the red
Yes, the red meth.
You've returned.
Yeah, so, but, yeah, basically I can just add more pages. This is as if I had, gone through the, multiple ages, and come back out here, with more pages.
Have returned. Additional page. Free from my prison on this forgotten island of Myst. I see that you are. I am called Sirius.
You've told me that this is the third time now you told me that.
Are the red pages. I know.
You can tell the writing for this was not exactly the best, but again, this came out like 93 or something, so give him a little bit of a break.
I am released, I promise.
When he's released, he promises.
Don't touch the blue pages.
Yes, this is the third time you're telling me this.
For my wicked brother.
Yes, Akanar. Wicked brother.
He is a man of distorted mind and senses. He disgusts me.
So, this guy's disgusted by his brother, the other guy's disgusted by his brother.
Thirst for destruction is not. Never ending. Bring the red paper.
Now, basically, I don't
Please release me.
I don't really need to listen to all of them because I can kind of give you. I mean, he basically says, "Hey, I'll reward you." Yeah, I must help you, must I? But yeah. So I guess I'll go with one more just for fun, I guess. But just because then we get to hear his side of it as well, where he then starts blaming his brother and is like, "Oh, he's greedy and liar," and
More blue pages, you bastard. Bring more. I must have some more.
I must have some more blue meth.
All I ask of you. Long.
All I
So long
ask of
since my
you.
brother, Sirius, wrongfully imprisoned me within this book. Stupid schemes.
So he's saying that his brother locked him in the book.
Pretty speech. Greed, which is endless.
Endless greed. It's kind of what we experienced as well about Sirius.
He's done evil and he has destroyed all but four.
All but 4 of the
Red
ages.
pages to him.
Don't bring the red pages. It's all the same thing. It's kind of rehashing the same stuff.
The father.
He tricked our father.
Hideously murdered our father.
Oh.
He'll trick you. He'll murder you. Don't touch the red pages.
Don't touch the red pages because he's a
Bring
murderer.
you. Bring the blue pages. To me. Listen, you must obey me.
Must I? That's what your brother said too.
Pages are my only hope. You must help me. You must help me.
All right, I'll go to Dr. White, have him whip up a new batch. But anyway, basically that's kind of the gist of what they have to say. They start blaming each other. I've got 2 more pages to put in before they actually give you 1 extra clue. So I think I'm just going to put in both pages, just because it's. We'll give them the blue meth. Because they don't really give you much else. They blame the other one for what happened to their father. He blames him for murdering him, or says that he murdered him and then trapped him in the book. He says that Atris, their father, locked both of them in the books because I think Akanar did some bad things or something like that. So both of them are blaming each other until you get this message here, which is different. It's interesting.
You finally returned. I owe you a debt of gratitude, for you have nearly released me. My name is Sirius. I trust that from your explorations you've become convinced that my wicked brother Achenar is guilty, and I am innocent. It is I who am wrongly imprisoned here. Imprisoned by my father.
See?
I don't know who you are, or how you came to this island, but I assume you must at least know something of the books. It was Father who was a master of the books. He wrote hundreds of them, all describing and linking to the fantastic places and ages which he had discovered. The room in which you now stand was our father's library. It was here in this room, on this island named Myst, that he housed most of these books. But such a waste. By now, you have surely discovered that Achenar has burnt and mutilated most of these.
He blames him for burning the books.
Our father was always watchful of our exploration. We grew up under his strict supervision. But when we came of age, he gave us unbridled access to the Myst books. He began to leave our adventures more and more unchecked. Unsupervised as we were, my brother began to become disturbed. He began to take more from the Myst ages than he had given. Soon he gained a twisted pleasure from the conquest and destruction of the other ages. It was horrific. This thirst for destruction. But alas, even I discovered his insanity too late. He had completely destroyed all of the Myst ages but 4. I wasted no time. In warning my father, I thought he would recognize Achenar's guilt. But in a fit of rage, he imprisoned both my brother and myself within the pages of these books, designed to hold us until he could judge which of us was guilty. To discover the truth, our father embarked on one final chapter. However, he has never returned. I can only assume that he perished along the way, leaving me, an innocent victim, entrapped forever. But now, you are here to release me. Listen carefully. You must find one more page and I will be forever free. There is a book on the shelves. This library, which is mostly burned but has a few pages still intact. It is the last book on the middle shelf. Find it. This book is filled with a variety of patterns. Find pattern 158 and recreate
158.
the door of the fireplace. This will bring you to the last red page. Bring that page to me, and I will finally be released and able to reward you, of course. Ignore the blue page. That page finishes my brother's book. It chills me to even think what would happen if you were to release him. There is another warning. Where the red and blue pages reside, also resides a green book. If you touch the green book, you also will be imprisoned forever. Our father gave us this same warning long ago. I suggest you follow his advice. Go now. Soon we will be face to face.
All right, so that's what he says. Let's find out what Achenar says.
Hello, I'm Achenar.
That is like the 5th time you've told me that. I know.
You've returned to help me escape from my wrongful imprisonment. It was Sirius who did this to me. Sirius, my wicked brother. Do not listen to him. I warn you. I warn you. He's a liar. Do not be persuaded by his evil lies. Do not release him. He killed my father. He will kill you. Began when my brother Sirius began to lust for riches. He stole from the ages of Myst. He hoarded riches for himself. My father slipped away his watchfulness. My sick brother secretly pronounced himself king. King of the ages of Myst, he said. He began to look upon me in disgust. His lowly brother hated him. And then Sirius began to destroy the ages of Myst. He burned their forest. He tore down their structures. He flooded their lands. He murdered their inhabitants. Completely destroyed all but 4 of the ages. Of course, I had a woman father. When I finally found him, there was Sirius also, talking cleverly. The lying tongue of a serpent. He'd convinced father that it was I who destroyed the ages. He convinced father that it was I who was greedy for wealth and plunder. And as Sirius dealt the final blow, he tricked father into believing that I was the murderer. But Sirius did not deal as fast a blow as he planned. And his father died a slow death. He at last doubted my brother's clever lies, and so in dying, father imprisoned us both. Unsure from which of us the blow had come. I swear to you what I say is true. Release me. You must release me. My brother is a deceitful liar. He deserves punishment. I only wish vengeance for my dear father. His murder. Believe me. You must only recover 1 additional page to release me from this prison. It's the easiest to find. Go to the bookshelf. It's in this library. On the far right side of the middle shelf, there's a burned book, which is different from the other burned books.
158?
This book is filled with patterns. Find pattern 158.
Ah.
Mimic its design on the panel in the fireplace. Doing this will bring you the last blue page. Remember, don't take the red page. Only the blue page. Return quickly to me. And do not touch the green book. I have a trap to imprison
Interesting.
those who have not been warned. Do not be tempted, for you will rot and die, imprisoned as I am. I tell you, if you follow my instructions, it will be well worth your while. I promise you that. Go. Go.
All right, so the gist of things is we got 2 people who are brothers blaming each other, contradicting each other's stories. Like, no, he's the one that killed father. He's the one that imprisoned me here. Father's the one that imprisoned us. Whole bunch of contradictory things. The one thing that they agree on: don't touch that green book. So, because I've looked around and seen that both of them can be kind of greedy, sadistic, bad people. Oh yeah, then I should probably also go do this as well. This is the book they're talking about, this one here that I've showed you before. Oh look, that's actually quite convenient. Wow. And there's the pattern I put in, but that's interesting that it actually automatically, I don't think it did that in the original game. But it automatically opens up to 158. That's kind of cool. But anyway, and go back in here. So the one thing that 2 people who are blaming each other are agreeing upon is don't touch the green book. So probably the best thing to do at this point, touch the green book. I messed up there, didn't I? I did not. I just forgot that one. Yeah. Oh yeah, and then those 2 as well. Actually, I did that one wrong. Yep. Okay, that's better. Did I do that right? No, I didn't do that right. That's over there. That's better. Oops. I did it wrong. Trying to go too quickly. All right, so let's do this properly this time. Oops. Is that right? Pretty sure that one is accurate now. There we go. I think I just had one spot placed incorrectly. So, once again, only thing really to do is when two people who are contradicting each other's story agree on something, but they're saying don't do it. Well, we're gonna go ahead and do it. Let's find out what happens. Oh, look who it is.
Who the devil are you? Don't come here to Dunny, not yet.
Don't come to Dunny.
I have many questions for you, my friend, as you no doubt have for me. Where should I begin? Perhaps my story is in order. My name is Atris. I feel you've met my sons, Cirrus and Achenar, in the red and blue books on Myst Island in my library. My library. It contains my works, my writings. Oh, I wrote many books that linked me to fantastic places. It's an art I learned from my father many years ago.
Again.
Oh, but the red and blue books, those were different. I wrote those books to entrap over greedy explorers who might stumble upon my island of Myst. But I had no idea my own sons would be entrapped. My sons. Cirrus and Achenar. We had many journeys together. I gave them free rein to the books. Perhaps it was not wise. I could see the greed growing in them. I had not told them about the red and blue books. Their imaginations went wild. They dreamed of riches and power. Of course, they did not know the books were traps. They begged me for access to those books, and I, of course, denied them. Oh, they devised a plan. An evil plan. I had no idea to what extent their greed had progressed. Their own mother. Oh, my own dear Catherine. They used her to lure me here to Dunny. Of course, I could return to Myst, except they removed a single page from my Myst linking book. I cannot return without that page. You, my friend, can bring that page to me. Oh, I pray you believe my story above the lies that my
More
sons
pages.
If you could find it in yourself to return that page to me here in Dunny, I could go to Myst and bring justice to my sons for what they've done. I must return to my writing. I pray that you believe me. Please hurry. Bring the page. Bring the page with you.
All right. So there we go. Now, because you played Riven first, hearing about Atris being dead, you're probably like, wait, what? Or thinking, wait a minute. What does that mean that this happens after Riven? No, not really. But I already went out and got the page that Atris was asking for. So let's go ahead and open this up real quick. Hey, Atris.
Have you found the missing page? Come. Come. Come on, then.
And then I think he just goes into a loop of oh, never mind, he doesn't. But so now we're going to go to Dunny. Specifically Kavir. It's an island in the Dunny civilization, like out in the middle of a glowing lake of orange water, or rather water that glows orange. So never mind. But there's a little bit of lore that I don't know if that's actually something you've run into or not. That's actually from the books, but or the novels. But because I already have the page, let's actually head here and see unfortunately, what we've been seeing Atris as a figure that like looks like an actual person. It's video. Now we get to see. Well, one here is here's Dunny. We've got a place that's basically locked down. I kind of miss that they don't have the. I think it's a fresca or something like that, or fresco. I don't know. I can't remember what it's specifically called, but it's there used to be a tiled thing where there was like a person's face made out of tiles. But yeah, so this is where Atris has been locked away. You should recognize some of this from Riven that he's writing. The loading screen, in fact, from Riven is like this. So, but let's go talk to Atris. And as you can tell again.
Ah, my friend, you've returned. And the page. Did you bring the page?
Yes, I did. Now, if you notice, the Myst book does not have an.
Give it to me.
I will. Just give me a second. I'm talking to chat. But without all the pages in there,
Please give me the page.
Yep, gotcha. The viewing panel here is messed up. It doesn't actually have the island there, but I'll go ahead and like this. Yeah, mosaic. That's what I was looking for. Oh, there we go. So you've
done the right.
Yeah, thank you for the word, by the way. Much appreciated.
I have a difficult choice to make.
But now he can go in and see if I can beat him there. I can't. But as you can see, they much improved the 3 models.
I know what I must do.
In the last 3 years.
I shall return shortly.
There we go. But yeah, this here is actually the 5th age, or Riven, that he was working in. As he said at the beginning of Riven, you go in there and because he has to keep on writing outside of the book in order to help try and prevent Riven from falling apart. But yeah, again, it's oh, well, he's back now, so he took care of his sons now.
It is done. I have many questions for you, my friend, but my writing cannot wait. I fear that my long delay may have already had a catastrophic impact on the world in which my wife, Catherine, is now being held hostage. Oh, and a reward. I'm sorry, but all I have to offer you is the library on the island of Myst and the books that are contained there. Feel free to explore at your leisure. I hope you find your exploration satisfying. You'll no longer have my sons to deal with. Oh, and one more thing. I'm fighting a foe much greater than my sons could ever imagine. At some point in the future, I may find it necessary to request your assistance. Until that point, I'm afraid you'll enjoy the explorations from my library on Myst. Thank you.
You're welcome, Atris.
The book. You can use the Myst linking book to return to Myst.
So that's essentially the end, and where we leave off, where Atris basically gives you all the free exploration of all of his ages. If I'm not mistaken, he may have even just given them to you, but as thanks, and that's kind of where you get left off until you come back someday and he's like, good, I've got a plan, and that's when Riven starts up. Yeah, the different endings you can have are you free Akinar, you free Cirrus, you come here without the page and you get stuck here forever. Or you get this one. So there's technically, I think, just 4 endings to this one. But yeah, this is basically the end of Myst. This here is Dunny, where Gen wanted to get back to. And I mean, technically, he'd have to like break through because we're actually trapped in here. There's no way out. It's all blocked off. In the novels, you find out that I believe Gen, I think on purpose, traps Atris here to a degree, but Atris has the Myst book that he wrote. Or wait, you know, I'm actually wondering if I can't remember if he wrote it or if someone else wrote it. Now I won't ruin who that is if you want to read into it. But these are minor spoilers that happen. Yeah, Atris and Gen have a falling out, and Anna wrote Myst. Okay, I thought so. But that was that was what I was gonna say. That let's see here. This is the bad kid timeout room. Basically, yes, and Atris does something that actually completely and utterly traps himself in here. So I think it's this one here or something like that. That like he causes a bunch of rocks to fall, and he just can't get out now. So he's just trapped in here. Like there's no way out. And I'm pretty sure this here is his fault. Because as you can see, there's like some actual stone stuff that looks like this. So yeah. But regardless, if you go and you read the novels, you get a little bit more information about all of that. I won't mention, you know, why or how things go the way they do, but as you can see, Atris has the Myst book, which allows you to be able to get back to Myst, which is being a little bit weird right now because I think I took too long to. Oh, there we go. That's better. And then he's just working in Riven in order to prevent it from falling apart. So that in the Riven game, that's. Oh, actually, let me do something here real quick. Let me see if I can pull up. Nope, not that. Holy cow, that's tiny. Man, I don't know what's up with my computer right now. It's doing some really wonky things, I'll say that much. But yeah, well, we'll just go back in, sorry. I was just going over to check something, and if I click out of the game, boy, my computer does not like it. I think it has something to do with me having 3 monitors, and I think the computer's trying to make it into more than 1440p, which is the highest resolution I can have on this monitor, but it's like, oh, I've got more space over, and then it makes things go all weird. But anyway, yeah, so this here, when we now go back to Myst, this is essentially the end of the game. But the cool thing about this is that the game doesn't really end, because now you have free reign over where you go in here. Also, I'll show you this. So Atris seems to have taken care of the books. As you can see, nothing there. The pages that were there are gone. So yeah. If you're ever going to play this, there is, well, I mean, nah, I won't spoil anything, because there are other games to this series. There's Myst, Riven, which is the sequel to Myst, Myst 3 Exile, Myst 4 Revelation, which I'd say is probably the worst of the bunch, arguably anyway, and then Myst 5 End of Ages. So there's 5 games in the series. Then outside of that, there's also Myst Uru, and there's like some expansions off of that, like I think like the Dunny Chronicles or something like that, and one other one as well that I can't remember off the top of my head. But yeah, so it's definitely a very expansive thing. So if you do like this series. Oh, another thing I'll mention, since you did get Riven, if you're at all interested in playing the original here and going through on your own, because there is, let me actually go here. If I click, if I go new, yeah, it's fine. You can actually randomize the puzzle, so you'll actually have to go through and do all of that stuff that I just showed you, and then find out what order things are supposed to be in, put in your own things. like your own solutions, figure out what solutions actually are. Randomizing it. See, this is the classic. Yeah, look at this. Myst 1993. That one's the puzzle answers and whatnot. So, but go ahead and resume that. So there we go. But it's definitely a fun game. There's a bunch of achievements you can get for it. I just got the last one myself. You can get a bunch of them pretty quickly, but in fact, one of them you have to beat the game in under 2 minutes, I think it was, or something like that. That one's actually a little bit difficult to do, but yeah, that was a speed run. But I will mention that if you are interested, there are multiple versions of Myst. There's I think Myst Remastered is the only one that's available on Steam. That's like the base version, but then they also have Real Myst, I think, Remastered, and then the Myst 2021 version as well, which is the one that we just played through. I'd say the best of them, I think, is probably Real Myst Remastered, because it has the new way of being able to move around like this. You know, you can walk around and look around, and it's still very beautiful. In fact, there's even changes of times of day, which they did not include in this one, because I think they tried to stay as faithful to the original as they could, and just updating the graphics, which I think they did a very good job on. I mean, it's not perfect, but Real Myst Remastered gives you access to a few different things. One of which is another age, and it's called Rhyme. It fills in, I think I mentioned it earlier in the stream, it fills in some of the other background elements that happen just before Catherine goes to Riven. And it also like the geode stuff that you use in Riven, like the circular thing that you look through in order to see essentially like fluorescent stuff or whatnot, or stuff that you can glows on when you look through it, and then how you can actually put that geode over a viewing panel in order to actually go to an age. That's something that also is somewhat filled in a little bit. And yeah, it's an interesting little bonus that you get with Real Myst Remastered. But I'll also mention, because I assume you bought Riven, you're not playing it at someone else's house or something like that. Oops, let me actually do something here real quick. There we go. Yeah, so Death Proof. If you're still here, and if you are interested at all in playing this, I believe that Myst is technically bundled with Riven, so you can get it for decently cheap. Like there's a certain amount off of it if you already own Riven. And then of course, if you're interested, you can also get Real Myst Remastered and whatnot. But I think that one will be less off of the asking price off of Steam. And then again, I'd also recommend the novels, which you can probably find on like Kindle form or something like that, or I'm sure you can find them somewhere. I mean, I think I have like a reader that has all of the books in one book, which I found really convenient. But yeah, they're something you'll have to read the book of, but I think that they're really cool because they do fill in more of the lore. They actually go into a little bit more the philosophy of the Dunny and speculations about how the art works and all that stuff. Fills in more of the story that happens before Myst, and then after Riven as well. So, and then of course there are the other games as well, which I think Myst 3 Exile is actually a pretty fun one. Like I said, Myst 4 is one it's just a little odd, let's say. Ubisoft, however it's pronounced, took over a bit more in that and requested some certain things, and they went down a very strange path with it. But it's still a Myst game. It's still good puzzle stuff and got an interesting story. But it definitely by the end, like, seems like, am I actually playing a Myst game? This doesn't seem like a Myst game anymore. And then Myst 5 End of Ages, I would say, goes back to form a bit more. There's some weird stuff about it, but I can tell where they were trying to go. Did I watch Mysterium? Recently? No, I haven't. What's going on, Everett? Because I'm interested. I've been a fan of Cyan, you know, ever since I think playing the first Myst and whatnot, and Riven and all that stuff, and then reading the books and whatnot. So yeah. But so yeah, if you still are here, Death Proof, thank you for coming around and hanging out. It was if you stuck around for the entire time, that's great. I'm glad I could you know, kind of give you a little bit of a showcase of Myst and show you the game in its entirety. And also thank you, Everett, for stopping by. It's always fun having you around. But was the last week? Okay. Oh, just this last weekend. Oh wow. Oof, man. That might be one of the reasons why I missed it, because there was something else that happened on the weekend, this last weekend. And this year was very Myst 4 focused. Okay. Because it was held near where Myst 4 was developed in Canada. Interesting. Okay. Okay, no, I actually didn't watch. Part of me wants to go and find it now, but that'll all depend on whether or not I have the time to do so, because I gave a little bit of an update earlier on this to a degree, or in one of my earlier streams. But I am going to be having surgery on the 6th. It's not major surgery. It's just hereditary cataract surgery. So it's intraocular lens replacement surgery. So they are going to be cutting open my cornea, sucking out my lens that has a cataract on it that I've had since birth. It just hasn't gotten bad enough until now for me to have to get it taken care of. Which is not uncommon for, like, I'm young for having cataract surgery, but it's not uncommon. Like, my older sister, she had to have the cataract surgery when she was 16. I've got a nephew who's already had the surgery. He's 4, so it's yeah. There's it can definitely happen at much earlier ages, but it's something that's a lot more common. So it's not like major invasive surgery, but one panelist in particular acknowledged criticism of the puzzles he developed, but stood by them. Okay. Oh yeah, thank you. Much appreciated. But yeah, it like I said, it's not much of anything. But I mean, the only other surgery that I've ever had has been getting my wisdom teeth taken out. So I'm hoping they don't have to like put me under. Because I mean, I'd much rather they don't. Because anytime that they put you under anesthesia, there's always a risk of complications and whatnot. But there's also some from what my ophthalmologist said, I have an anatomical irregularity that increases the risk of complication. I went to a specialist, and he said I've got probably a 50-50 shot of having a complication. So yeah, it's not gonna be like it's a common surgery, but it's a little bit uncommon with me. Worst case scenario, they would have to like do a little bit of extra stuff in order to get things to work out, and I might have to get like a lesser plastic lens essentially inside my eye. But again, it's something that these guys do on a regular basis. So I'm not too concerned about it. So, but yeah, but that's interesting. I'll have to look into that Mysterium, because what's interesting is I would love for them to maybe like go into Myst 3 first before they go into Myst 4, but because I think part of me wouldn't mind having that one be remastered. Give me just a second. I don't think I got to the cough button quick enough. But yeah, I mean, because I just played through Myst 3 not too horribly long ago, because I was preparing myself for being able to play Myst 2021 for the first time, because sorry, hydrating. Because I I was going to be getting the new computer to be able to stream, and I basically had owned Myst 2021 because I think it went on sale or something like that, because I'd purchased all the other versions of Myst that they had available, like Uniroo and whatnot. But yeah, when I finally got the computer and was able to play through this, what's amazing is only a little bit after that, Riven Remake came out, so it was pretty spectacular timing. I wasn't expecting it to come out so quickly. But yeah, that's thank you very much for the info, Everett. I'm probably going to look into that Mysterium. But yeah, I've been kind of, I guess, kind of waylaid, and I kind of started the stream with a little bit of this, a little bit waylaid by historic stuff happening here in the States. So and some varied takes that have come out about what transpired, but yeah, so and one of the reasons why I wanted to play this is because I think I wanted a little bit of a break from that, so thank you for helping to contribute to that. And again, that's the both of you, especially you, Deathproof, because you popping around. I was just gonna fly through this and try and get through everything that I possibly could, but it made it more enjoyable to be able to go, hey, and then look at this over here, and let's check this out over here, and whatnot. So yeah, but oh, actually, I suppose technically I can check to see if Deathproof is still here. I forgot. All right, game's gonna go all wonky on me. Oh, looks like it's just you and me, Everett. All right, but hey, it's still still cool that that he was able to stop by and hang out for a bit. I hope he stuck around for the entire time, because that I was playing through so he'd be able to see the entire game, because he'd only seen like 10% of Myst, and then he'd already gone through and played all of Riven, so he played it a little bit backwards. I think he might have also been let me actually I suppose I could, even though it's going to mess up the game a little bit on my end, you guys don't have to worry about it. What's really nice is my my system does some wonky stuff, but it doesn't show up on stream, and I don't mind that at all. But let's see here. Yeah, so I didn't ask him completely about this, because I think, yeah, because it looks like he played all the way through Riven. He said that he was a fan of Riven. When I asked him, okay, are you a fan of Myst? And he's like, no, a fan of Riven. I'm like, oh. And I think he also, I could be mistaken, because he's Russian, I think, because he was printing out Cyrillic. I think that's what it's called. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Cyrillic. It's a type of alphabet character. And he was saying that when I started to play Myst, he was talking about the end of Riven, the start of Myst. So I'm wondering if he thought that the end of Riven was the beginning of Myst rather than the other way around. But I'm making assumptions, though, I guess. So I don't know. He might have known exactly what was going on. There could have been a little bit of a small communication barrier, which would be neither of our faults, but it's just a barrier that's there that could make it so that communication would be a little bit more taxed, I guess. So, but yeah. All right, and actually, what time is it? Oh yeah, I mean, so let's see here. There's part of me that wants to kind of switch over into like maybe a just chatting thing and talk a little bit about what's happening over here in history, even though I've had this bit of a break. But I kind of want to stick to my guns a little bit, and because Everett, I don't know if if you were around when I was I don't think you were at the time, but I had a somewhat of a political conversation with another one of my viewers, and we we disagreed about something. I think we parted ways, going, okay, well, I mean, we disagree about this, but I respect you, and hopefully you don't think that I was like taking anything personally or trying to make something personal against you or anything like that. That kind of made a little bit of a rule, where I'm like, you know what, I think I'm going to stay away from politics on the channel. I mean, I don't mind discussing politics to a degree, but it's when it starts to get more like divisive, and if it gets heated, I want to avoid that type of stuff. But because of what happened here in the States, just this past Saturday, that's historic. That's going to the history books, and I'm like, well, I think I'm gonna have to break my rule this time, and have a little bit of a discussion about that, because I was seeing some of the reaction that was going around, and it was not good. And since then, I've seen some stuff that's also unfortunately not good. So I've commented on that type of stuff, but again, I'm really more just making an exception just because of how historic it is, and like we're literally, I think everybody here on the planet right now has experienced has been alive during a time when something that's going to be in the history books is going to be taught. I mean, there have probably been multiple things that are like that. Like, I think what's going on in Israel, against Israel and Gaza and Palestine, and Ukraine and Russia. Those are things that are going to be taught as well. But assassination attempt on a presidential candidate, that's something that's it's not something that happens every day. It's like, I guess we have Shinzo Abe, if I'm remembering his name correctly. I believe that's correct. It was I think it was a past prime minister. I don't think he was the current prime minister at the time. But he could have been, for all I remember. Unfortunately, I don't remember off the top of my head if he was current or if he had actually retired. But he was assassinated, and that was not too horribly long ago either. But so again, but before that, I think it was like Reagan. Before that, I think it was like JFK or something. So it's like, well, again, I suppose that's here in the States. I think I'm not sure if there's been other countries that have had similar things happen. But again, like when historic stuff happens, that's going to be in history books worldwide, or at the very least here in the U.S. I think that's big enough for me to make a little bit of an exception, I think. So, but yeah. Yes, these last few days have been historic. Yeah. I had studied some about presidential assassination attempts in the past, and this incident will be remembered. Yes. It's like the fact that people know exactly who John Wilkes Booth is. The fact that they know who Lee Harvey Oswald is. It's gonna be the same thing with this Crooks guy. Where people are gonna remember that. The fact that people know so much and have so much recognition. Well, I mean, even more, because I mean, Abraham Lincoln did some. Well, here, Abraham Lincoln did some good stuff in his presidency. He also did some not great stuff in his presidency. I'm not going to say that any president has been like perfect by any means. As there've been better and worse presidents in the past. But regardless, he did some very good things during his term as president until he was assassinated as president. So again, that's a big thing. So even if he weren't assassinated, he'd still be remembered. But the fact that he was assassinated makes it so that it kind of resonated even more, and it's something that's remembered very much. Same thing with JFK. It's like, okay, well, we've got a sitting president who's being assassinated. Well, that's why we know John Wilkes Booth. That's why we know Lee Harvey Oswald. So I think in a very similar way, 50, 100, 200 years from now, people are going to be seeing that image of Trump, holding his fist up in the air and whatnot. So, oh, gotcha. Yep, that's another one. But yeah, it's so yeah. Once again, it's just it's historic time right now. It's also a very sensitive time right now. And I don't know if you watched my just chatting about my whole take on some of the stuff that was going on. But to kind of summarize, if you didn't, I think that we here in the United States need to pump the brakes, stop demonizing the other side, and that's on both sides, right and left, politically right and left, and really reevaluate how we're treating each other, because I think that the rhetoric, the push to look at the other side as so much of the other that we don't see them as anything but the enemy. The fact that politics has become like a team sport, essentially. It's made it so more and more heated rhetoric has come out, and I think it's very dangerous. And I've seen some takes even after I did that just chatting, where people have continued to have really bad takes about things. And it's like, no, how can we be viewing each other like this? We can't be. We have to come together as a nation at this point, here in the U.S. and stop pushing each other away and stop thinking that we know what's going, or being in echo chambers, let's say, because if you're in an echo chamber, if it's more like team sports, if you become more and more polarized, you're going to start talking about the other side of the political spectrum and not actually talking to them, and not actually going up and seeing that they are just a person who have their own desires, and they think that they are trying to, or they have their own beliefs about how to improve the country. And that's what everybody wants. Everybody wants the U.S. People who live in the U.S., generally speaking, because I think there are extremes who are like, no, I want the United States to fall apart because they think it's an evil country. And I'm going to say the U.S. is definitely has its flaws, and it's had its flaws definitely in the past as well. But we have, I think I saw someone, I think it was Vivek Ramaswamy, I think it's pronounced Vivek, said that the United States was founded on the pursuit. It's life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The pursuit of happiness is the thing that's really very important to focus on. Like, you can look in the past and go, oh, look, the United States was doing not good things or awful things here, but in the pursuit of happiness of everyone who's in the United States, got rid of slavery, got rid of racial segregation, got rid of racial discrimination in the laws, in our judicial system. That doesn't mean that we're perfect right now, but we're still in the pursuit of happiness of everybody. So it's that pursuit that I think that everybody kind of who is in the U.S. is kind of looking to continue. And I think that if and again, this is generally speaking, again, I think there are crazies on both sides of the political spectrum, and then also probably some crazy people in the middle as well. But I think maybe less so in the middle, because they're not as they're more focused on laughing at the other people and going, no, they have it wrong, than they are about, like, trying to I don't know, say that the other people are I don't know, I'm not sure what I'm talking about anymore. But regardless, I just think that the things have gotten to the point where there's such a wedge between people at this point that that we need to tone down the rhetoric. We need to be cautious. And even if someone has an opinion about something or someone that could be valid, it's like, well, at least for now, because things are so heated, let's just hold back for now. Because I mean, like, if you've seen I've seen people like making fun of people who died, or something along those lines. Like, well, you have to understand that's someone's son. That's in the case of the Trump supporter who died, that's someone's father, and that's someone's husband. Can we at least have a little bit of human dignity, some respect amongst each other, to not laugh at someone's death? It's like, come on. I hope that things haven't gotten that far, but I'm also still kind of holding out hope that that the shooter, this Crooks guy, is they find out that he's like actually a nut, like he's crazy, because if he's not, then that means that someone who's kind of a regular everyday average Joe person could think that it's a good idea to try and murder people because of political differences, and that's not the way things should go. But regardless, I want to get out of this because I think it's a bit of a trap, a bit of a sinkhole that can be fallen into. Because again, it's so historic that I think it's something that I think I and other people can very easily get drawn into. And I mean, over the last few days, that's kind of what I've been doing. Scrolling through on Twitter or X Twitter and whatnot. Even though political violence has arguably decreased over the decades, is always a problem that some people romanticize. Yeah, I agree with that. Especially when we have so many other options available for political expression. Yes, yeah, that's the thing. And I think that there are things that both sides are doing. And what I'm saying by both sides, it's both the right and the left. I'd say I've kind of, and again, this is just kind of my experience. I don't know if this is like generally how things are, but I've experienced at least a little bit more on people on the left side of the political spectrum who are willing to use hyperbole a little bit more, or speak in terms where it's like, well, hold on a second, is it actually that way, or are you just being hyperbolic about the people? I've seen that on the right as well, but I think this could also just be because I think a lot of our media institutions have a little bit more of a bias toward the left, or a lot more toward the left, depending on where you go. And then people on the right like have like Fox News, what's the other one? Newsmax, OAN or something like that. I can't remember what it's called, but I don't watch CNN. I don't watch MSNBC, and those would be ones that I'd say are politically on the left. So that lean more in that direction. I think that both sides of the political spectrum, they have an issue with using hyperbole, using exaggerations, demonizing the other side, using sweeping or hasty generalizations to try and paint the entire group of the left or the right as a specific kind of way. And I think that can lead to dangerous things. And again, that would be leading to what you were just talking about, where there's problems with political violence and people romanticizing it. Because I definitely think that can happen as well. I actually talked about some people romanticizing like a civil war or a divorce of the country where like it breaks up. It's like, well, no, that's not how it's going to be. And on top of that, civil war is not going to be good. That's going to be really bad. And I think I actually likened it in the Just Chatting stream to a zombie apocalypse. I've talked to people who are like, oh, in a zombie apocalypse, I'd have this bunker and I'd do this and I'd set up traps and stuff like that. And they're like, what would you do in a zombie apocalypse? My response was, die. I'd probably die. Because I'm not gonna romanticize. I'm gonna try and be a little bit more of a realist when it comes to that type of thing. Because most people would die in a zombie apocalypse if one actually ever happened. But I mean, people are like, oh yeah, then I do this. I mean, you can prepare for, bad times, but again, it's like, one thing about the world is not a video game where you can, sign in and, walk around here and there's rules and the game is geared to be played and be fun. Reality can be very harsh. So yeah, I try and keep that in mind when talking about, that type of stuff. And I think that way too many people romanticize some kind of a civil war or a national divorce type thing where it's like, no, it's not going to be a national divorce. What's going to happen is people are going to divorce, and then they're going to realize, wait a minute, we depended on the other states. Well, since we're divorced now, we're going to go in and take what we need from them, and then eventually whoever's going to lose, well, then they're just going to take over the territory, and then we're just going to be one country again with less states or with less people because, you know, so many of them got killed during the process. You know, it's not going to be good. But I mean, there might be a way to peaceably divorce, but it would be a very long process, and I'm not sure that things would go how people think. But yeah, regardless, again, I was gonna try and end things out a little bit more of a positive note, I guess. But again, in these times, I think it can be easy to look at the negative, like I've kind of been doing, and how, like, you know, X, Twitter, and all the social media, you know, that's out there, you know, Instagram and TikTok and all that stuff, you know, and all over YouTube and Rumble and whatnot. I'm probably sure, you know, here on Twitch as well, there can be a lot of people, you know, talking about how bad things are, and I mean, I've been talking about how bad things are, but I'm also trying to come up with a way that hopefully, if anybody happens to see, you know, my VOD that's going to be there forever, you know, on YouTube and here on Twitch, that hopefully they'll be able to glean something out of it and go, yeah, I mean, if we just tone things down, if we start respecting other people as human beings, you know, that things might hopefully start to get better. I mean, this is a time that's shaken up the nation here in the United States, and I'd even say I'd hope the whole world could look at this and go, well, hold on a second. If things get that extreme, that polarized, we don't want to have that happening over here in, you know, insert country. So we better not let things get to that point. So I'm hoping that people, and I have seen this from higher ups in government and in media to a degree, that people have started to, like, back off a little bit. I've seen some who haven't, who've gone in a little bit harder, or have asked questions where it's like, really? We just had an assassination attempt and you're asking that kind of a question? But here, you posted something, or commented, or I don't know exactly what to call it. You chatted. There we go. It would be interesting if a state decided that it really wanted to leave. In Canada and the UK, separatists play an active part of politics. And with the exception of Northern Ireland, those conflicts are peaceful and electoral. Yeah, that would be the thing that that was what kind of came to mind about a peaceful divorce. There would have to be something where like you're saying, it would have to be electoral. It would have to be something where people vote on it, that they look at the consequences of what's going on, that they would have to have, you know, trade deals or something like that. Like if Arizona seceded from the nation, where would they get their water from? You know, they get that shipped in from other places, or piped in from other places. Like, well, then we're not going to just give you this now. You're going to have to pay us X amount of money, because then we're giving up our resources to someone who's not in the United States anymore. You know, it's like, so there's things like that would have to be worked through. But yeah, and what I'll say is, yeah, definitely the Northern Ireland thing, that was a bit more less peaceful. And I'll also say, once again, here in the States, there has been political violence that has led to good outcomes. One, our country was kind of founded on political violence, where, you know, the whole 1776, you know, Declaration of Independence, became traitors to Britain, and, you know, fought and until kind of both sides were like, yeah, we're going to be our own country, or we're going to be our own country. Yeah, we're going to let you be your own country rather than, you know, slaughtering each other. Probably best. Yeah, okay. So and then Civil War, yet another thing that was political violence that actually had a good outcome. So I'm not condemning all political violence, because there sometimes can be a time when that is needed, but it is not now. And we've moved so far past those things that I hope that we never have to do that type of thing ever again, because though it may have a good outcome in the long term, there's a lot of bad that happens as a result. But yeah, if it could be a peaceful thing, and I would say that there of the states that would think about seceding, I'd think that the Texas would probably be one of them. Possibly California, depending on how things go. So what you're speculating about may actually occur. It's a possibility. I'll say that much. But yeah, what I'll say is I hope that it doesn't turn into that. I hope that we work out our differences, because here's the thing. A long time ago, and I mentioned this in the Just Chatting stream that I had, that there's been this slow and then faster and then really fast loss of respect amongst citizens of the U.S. When you don't agree politically. I could speculate about exactly what brought that about, but doing that, I don't know if that's really going to do much of anything. It's more what to do about it, and you know, we can't start doing what pre-World War II Germany was doing, where you start hating your neighbor, you know, and turning your neighbor in for stuff. We shouldn't be doing that. That's what we need to stay away from, because what happened in pre-World War II Germany was things started to go downhill really quick, and then yeah, some very bad things happened over in Germany during that time. And I've actually talked to someone who lives in Germany, who comes on stream every once in a while, and he was talking about how he was looking over at the United States and seeing some stuff that seemed to be similar to like the precursors of what happened back then. So yes, these days no state has a big separatist population. There are some in Texas and California. Alaska is the only one to have an actual separatist political party. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I don't think there's actually a political party for that. But one of the interesting things about the shakeup that has kind of just happened here in the U.S. And a growing sentiment that's been going on. I've kind of been paying attention to this to a degree. Is there's, I think it was like a third of the country or more was saying that a national divorce was something that they would be interested in. So yeah, it's not a small group of people over here in the States. So having some kind of a separatist political party come out is a possibility. Let's say that much. I'd probably say they'd probably need at least 40% of the population in order to maybe reach that, to where it'd be like, okay, there's enough of one, they'll start up their own party. But I mean, we don't even have an independent party that really rakes in enough to be, you know, considered all that much, you know, for like president, for instance, let alone for like state government. But I mean, we're getting close with man, I'm definitely getting tired because now names are starting to fall out of my brain. But I think it's, so yeah, I can't remember his name off the top of my head right now. It's JFK's descendant. I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but Alaskan Independence Party was fairly influential for the first couple decades after statehood. AIP is still around but doesn't get many votes anymore. Yeah, that's the thing, is that the two political party system has worked for a very long time here in the States, because it allows people who are not like, because over here, unfortunately, there's a lot of low information voters over here in the States who don't have the time, don't have the desire or something to look into who's running for office locally and for president. All that has been being done for a long time, from what I understand anyway, is, okay, well, if you're a Democrat, you generally have these, you know, these core things that the Democrat is going for. if you have Republican Party, there are these core things that the Republicans are stand for or whatnot. And I think that worked well for a while until things started to fall apart. Like I said, when the respect started to drop between individuals, then the two-party system started to act more like a team sport, like I was saying before. Oh, cool, actually. I don't think I've actually gone back here yet. Cool. So, and having the team sport, unfortunately, makes it so that hyperbole and whatnot can seem like it's okay to say, but then it can be hard for people to parse out or to think through whether this is 100% serious or not, because politics is definitely different than sports. Sports, you can say, oh, we're going to kill them, we're going to grind them into the dirt, we're going to crush them, we're going to fight, and people are going to just think that's hyperbole, because of course it's a sport. You're not going to actually kill people. It's not a death sport. You're not going to grind them literally into the dirt, unless I guess over here in the US we call it football. I know it's rugby. Well, kind of rugby. Rugby is different than football over here, because man, we really smash into each other over here. But regardless, just so I'm not talking about soccer or what is referred to as football over in, well, basically everywhere else other than the United States and Canada, I think, or something. I don't know, whatever. A completely different topic. But yeah, I mean, with American football or U.S. football, sometimes you do actually, smash someone into the dirt, so that's a little bit different. But again, it's I think that's one of the things that can be a little bit of an issue, is having people think about things and be able to separate what's being said in a hyperbolic way and not view it as and having people view those hyperbolic things as true or not hyperbolic. Like if people are calling Trump literally Hitler for a really long time, eventually if people start to think that is actually the case, well, then it's going to make sense that you should assassinate Hitler, right? I mean, there's like a whole moral dilemma that people ask in school, when you're studying philosophy and ethics and whatnot, where you go, well, would you kill baby Hitler, to prevent all that death and destruction? In this case, if Trump is actually like the next coming of Hitler, then of course he should be assassinated. So why are now people being like, oh man, we're really glad that he's alive? Well, no, if he's literally Hitler, and this is what you were saying, you were actually saying that this is the case, why are you happy that he's alive? You should be saying, no, he shouldn't have missed, let's try again. So again, it can be very difficult to parse out, okay, are they being hyperbolic? Are they actually calling him a fascist? Are they actually calling him Hitler? Or is that just political rhetoric? And again, same thing for the other side. It's like, oh, well, we're gonna talk about them talk about people on the left wanting to burn down churches and like, oh, we're gonna say all of them are Antifa or something. I don't know. Whatever the case may be, it's a little bit more difficult to think of that right now because there's so much going on with people on the right because of what happened to Trump. But regardless, I mean, things shouldn't be hyperbolic when you're talking about reality unless people know you're speaking in hyperbole. But if hyperbole is said over and over and over and over and over, and it seems like that they're not actually kidding. Like I've seen people on TV saying like, oh yeah, like murder isn't out of the question when talking about like abortion or something like that. And it's like, well, how do we stop people who are pro-life? Well, I mean, murder is not out of the question. It's like, wait, what? When things start to get fuzzy like that's when I hope people understand we need to pump the brakes. We need to stop. We need to start looking at other people and going, okay, I disagree with you politically. I disagree with your stance on this. I disagree with your stance on that. But you're still a human being. You're still a U.S. citizen. You aren't actively trying to harm me, to kill me. Therefore, I'm not going to look at you as my enemy. I'm going to look at you as a fellow citizen that I disagree with. And we should be able to walk away, even if we still disagree with each other, still respecting each other, and still realizing that both of us are trying to, or all of us, depending on how many people you're talking about, all of us would like our country to succeed, would like everyone who lives here to prosper. Because I don't think anybody, it's like, if you ask people, it's like, okay, do you want everybody to become poor? I'm sure no one's going to be like, yes. And if they do, then they're psychopaths, and they're really selfish, because it's like, well, you're wanting other people to be poor so you can get rich off of them or something like that. But again, and there's also nothing wrong with becoming rich either, as long as you aren't actively trying to make other people poor, So, yeah, again, I think that if we just have more respect for each other, I think that that things will be better all around. So, yes. Well, what I'll say is, yes, I was going to basically be saying about the same thing. So it's been great talking with you as well. Thanks for hanging out for the Myst chat, and then a little bit of political chat as well. I hope you have a good day, and I'll actually be signing off. Probably, well, I don't know if it's before you leave, but I am going to go to my ending one. Still doesn't load up properly, but yes, I hope you have a good day, and thanks for hanging out. So yeah, so I guess I'll end off with with going back to the games. So I'm sad that Riven didn't fix the visual art asset mistakes that I've seen. I don't know, maybe I'm sure they're aware of it, because I'm sure there other people have spotted the stuff that I have, unless they haven't, which would be crazy to me. But it's too bad that they didn't fix that. But yeah, either way, I'll be on a lookout for if they do fix that, because it'll be neat if they can completely polish it to the point where there's no mistakes. Because I think there's 1, 2, 3, 4 that I can think of off the top of my head. But apparently there were other ones too that I just didn't experience before. And then finally got the final achievement here in Myst. 2020, Myst 2021, which I'm super happy about. And I hope that if you're watching this back, I suppose there's probably not a lot of people who hung out after I started talking about politics again. I know politics is not like I don't know. I'm not sure politics is like a really popular thing to do. And it's not something that I really, I don't know. Here, I'm actually gonna kick in some music for the ending, but I know politics isn't exactly something that is going to. It's not something that I really want to get into, unless, like, if a bunch of people in chat want me to start talking about politics and stuff, because I mean, I can think through things decently well. I try and stay as objective as I can. I know I have my biases, but it's still something like I kind of would rather have video games, to be the main thing that my channel does. But like I said, if people in chat would like to talk about politics and want to, discuss things, I'm not opposed to it, as long as things don't get heated. If I start to see that, like, there's some political disagreement, and it's like people are trying to convince me to change my mind, and I'm expressing why I think what their stance that they're coming from doesn't where it's not something I'm willing to adopt or something like that, and they just keep pushing on it, then I'll probably stray away from that. But or similarly, like, if there's someone in chat trying to convince someone else in chat that's and it gets heated, I'm probably gonna put a kibosh on that type of stuff, but put a stop to it. but yeah, it's still, again, when there's historic stuff going on, it's kind of hard to not talk about this type of stuff, particularly when things are so heated right now, and things really need to cool down. But let's see here. Since I had kind of my day to, even though I did talk about politics, for some time, probably a good 40 minutes or something like that at the end, and probably like, I don't know how long, half an hour, 40 minutes at the beginning. It was still enough of a break for me, where I was able to, just kind of lose myself in Myst for a little bit of time in Riven. So that was good. I think that was a good thing for me, and I'm probably going to try and stay a little bit more away from what's going on out there, or at the very least not dive so deeply into it, and just continue with the advice to respect everyone. Again, going with what the good book says, that you're supposed to not only love your neighbor, but love your enemy and pray for those who persecute you, which I've been trying to keep in mind even more recently, just because I think there's a lot of people who think that there are that enemies abound out there, politically speaking, and I think more people need to adopt that mentality that Jesus presented as the extreme that we should be trying to attain, because it's, and I'm not saying that's easy. It's not easy to look at your enemy and have respect for them, and to actually love them, and to pray for someone who's actively persecuting you. I'm not saying that's an easy thing, and I would say it becomes easier if and when you put your faith in Christ, because if God draws you to himself, takes out your heart of stone and gives you a heart of flesh, changes your nature, using biblical language for the heart of stone, heart of flesh, but changes your nature so that your desires change, it becomes easier to do so. I'm not saying that it's that's going to happen overnight, but yeah, don't know why I'm getting all all biblical at this point, but I do think that that's an important thing to look into. I know that a lot of people will disagree with this, but at the very least, I hope you can understand that that is a core belief within Christianity, and I'm not saying that all Christians follow that perfectly. I don't follow that perfectly all the time either. I'm more than willing to admit my own faults and my own sins that I still have. But if you look at the belief system and don't take the flawed humans as the exemplifiers, if you look at the belief system and you look at Christ as the example, I think that you will find something that's I would say a bit more appealing, or a bit more even just intellectually palatable, and hopefully you won't take what you may have experienced in some Christian who is not being consistent with what Christianity tells them they should be doing, that you won't take the person who's being inconsistent with that and try and paint that with all Christians, because as I've said multiple times over the last couple days, we should not be using generalization fallacies, whether that be hasty or sweeping generalizations. And I think that if you are saying that your experience with a church or your experience with a group of people or an individual has really turned you off to Christianity, I can understand why you may come to that conclusion, but I'd hope that you would judge a belief system not by its people, but by the system itself, or by the belief system itself. But anyway, I'm gonna what I'll say is, once again, I'm more than willing to talk about that type of stuff more than politics. If people have questions about that type of stuff, about Christianity, about the Bible, I'm not by no means a biblical scholar, but I do have my knowledge in that, and like I said, I'd much rather talk about that than politics, because I think that, once again, like my views on how we're supposed to respect each other, and how I came to the conclusion that I did about how the left and the right have reached a point where they have lost respect with each other when they shouldn't be doing that, is because the Bible teaches that all of us are made in the image of God. All of us are deserving of respect. And once again, love not only your neighbor, but love your enemy. Pray for those who persecute you. So yeah, again, I mean, I could probably go on with this for hours at a time, but I definitely have some food to get, some sleep to get, and then I think because I've been kind of intermittent with my streams, I will see if I can stream tomorrow when I don't normally, just to make up for some of the time that I've missed as a result of the historic stuff going on in the U.S. But yeah, it was a fun day. Glad I was able to get a little bit of a break, and yeah, I guess I will hopefully see you next time.